Hi, everyone. This is Catherine Kramer, Town Planner. I'm going to get this meeting started with a roll call. Barbara Brenneman.
Present.
Patrick Carrier.
Here.
Michael Gavoulas. I think he was going to be late. Michael, are you on yet? Yeah. Matt Pogson.
Here.
Jenna St. James.
Here.
Marcy Schwartz.
Yeah, here.
Scott Halstead.
Here.
John Vibert.
Here.
Keith Vibert. And Keith is absent today. So we will watch to see when Michael is able to join.
Good evening. This is Barbara Brenneman, Chair of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. I welcome you to the Monday, April 12th, 2020 Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting. In the call to order, I would ask Inez to read, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Town of Farmington Town Plan and Zoning Commission. Notice is hereby given that the Town Plan and Zoning Commission will hold an online public hearing Monday, April 12, 2021 at 7 p.m. on the following applications. Dawn Parsons, application for special permit for addition to house in excess of 3,200 square feet of total area and accessory apartment in excess of 650 square feet at 3 Doris Street, R20 zone. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this online public hearing. The link to this meeting may be found on the Town of Farmington's website at https://www.farmington-ct.org/about-us/calendar-meetings. A copy of this proposal is online at https://www.farmington-cit.org/government-plan-zoning-commission/back/public-hearing-documents, or by calling the Planning Department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 29th day of March 2021, Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Barbara Brenneman, Chair.
Thank you, Inez. For those who are attending and participating in this online meeting, so that you all know, we will follow the agenda of new business, and there are 8 items on the agenda to be addressed this evening, and we will be voting on each of those as they are closed, and then we will go to public hearing. So if you are here for the 402, it's going to be a little bit. But it's a learning process to sit and listen. So we'll begin with new business, the 8-24 referral, Board of Education capital improvement bond project question.
Sam, are you there?
I'm here, thank you.
Yep.
So start with Noah Wallace Roof.
I've got that up on the screen.
Okay, great.
And do you just mind identifying yourself?
So I'm Sam Kilpatrick. I'm Director of School Facilities for Farmington Public Schools. And we have 2 projects here on this document that's shown. The first project is a roof, 2 roof sections at the Noah Wallace School. They're the last 2 remaining sections of that roof in that roof project. In 2010, the rest of those areas were replaced. The area highlighted in yellow was completed in 1999, which makes it currently 22 years old. It was listed in fair condition in 2016 roof condition analysis. I'd say it's probably still in about that condition. We've maintained it pretty well. This isn't a request based on water infiltration or anything like that. It's strictly based on age and keeping up with our roof plan, roof cycle replacements. So at 22 years old for a built up asphalt roof. It's beyond its life expectancy. And if we have approval for this, by the time we design and go to the state for approvals and everything, we're looking at a year from now when we'd be replacing it at 23 years old. Are there any questions on that one?
Commissioners? Patrick?
No questions.
Mike? Is Mike here yet?
No.
Matt?
Just curious what you're replacing it with. What material are you going to be using?
It would be an EPDM, which is for the most part the product that we've been using for all our roof replacements. So the area would be pitched to code with insulation and then covered with EPDM.
What is the life expectancy on that?
You can get a 30-year warranty on an EPDM product.
Okay, no, that's very good. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Thanks.
Inez?
No questions.
Marcy?
No questions.
John?
No questions.
Scott?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Patrick? Is it Patrick? No. Sam.
Sam? No, thank you. That's about it.
Fine, thank you.
You're good for
We're gonna
For
still
that
present.
one, there's two projects,
that's-
so we're gonna do
okay.
the,
All right.
IAR one next.
So
Sorry,
they're gonna
we'll do
be
both.
two individual referrals or a unified referral?
It's
U-
unified,
unified.
it's been
Okay.
requested as unified.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
So go ahead on IAR now.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Irving Robbins, the cafeteria expansion project that's listed on the next page. Currently, the cafeteria there seats 160 students. We have an enrollment of approximately 690 students in that school, which means at this time, in order to accommodate 4 lunch waves, we're actually utilizing, even in non-COVID times, utilizing additional spaces like corridors and other spaces throughout the building in order to have 4 lunch waves in that building. During COVID times, I think I heard somebody talking about that earlier. We're actually utilizing half the gym right now as well. So we'd like to go to 3 lunch waves, which is really the state standard for schools and how many lunch waves you should have throughout the day in a building. In order to do that, so right now the current cafeteria is 2,100 square feet. At a state standard of 15 square feet per person, we'd need an addition of 1,500 square feet. So it's worth noting as well, with the 2,100 square feet we have at 160 students, that's 13 square foot per seat there as well. So it is undersized even at the capacity for state standards. So in order to do that, that would be approximately 20-foot extension. If you look the picture to the right, you can see the footprint of the cafeteria. To the left, you can see on the satellite image where that red block is. That's where we would plan to have about a 20-foot extension of the cafeteria there to accommodate that additional seating capacity. And that would allow us to go to 3 lunch waves throughout the day. Would give us the academic scheduling flexibility to really take a lot of transition time off the table, that students are transitioning from one program to another, and get the maximal amount of learning time that we want in that building. So I guess if I back up, this project, the design for this project had been approved at this time last year, prior to COVID shutdowns. After the fact, after COVID hit, there was a budget cut that reduced $84,000 that was set aside for design for this project. So while we would have loved to come with a design at this point, really what we're looking to do is get that design going right now. Be able to design this over the next 7 to 8 months and go out to bid for construction in the summer of 2022. So the amount that's included there would be for the 20-foot extension, and then also for alterations, enhancements to the existing 2,100 square feet, things like flooring, looking at the transition into the cafeteria, the flow for food service and those sort of things as well. Not sure what else I can add that's not in the write-up, but if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer any of those.
Commissioners, are there questions? Patrick?
No, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Matt?
I just had a quick question about your 15 students per square foot. Is that actually, you said that was a state standard, or where was that taken from?
Yeah, it's actually in the Office of School Construction Grants. That's an allowance that they have for per student in a cafeteria seating area. It's a recommended amount from the Office of School Construction.
Interesting. Okay, I'm a school teacher, so that actually kind of is just kind of something I would like to have for myself, actually, for a discussion I want to have. So that's personal information, actually. So thank you for providing that. Other than that, no, I have no other questions. It looks very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inez?
Just a comment. I think it's about time. As a parent, town resident, it always troubled me that my kids had to sit in the hallways, not only at IAR, but at Farmington High School. So I wish it wasn't delayed, but I'm glad it's back on. And I think it's a wonderful idea, finally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcy?
I have no questions, thank you.
Scott?
No questions, thank you.
John?
No questions.
Okay, hearing none, we need a motion and a second to approve this piece of business.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to approve, no, hold on one second. I make a motion for a positive 824 referral to approve the Board of Education Capital Improvement Bond Project as presented.
Is that sufficient for both? That's my only concern.
For the
Okay.
bond project as presented, I think that's.
Then we need a second, and everybody understands that this is a combined project. The two issues are in one referral. So we need a second, please.
This is Matt Pogson, and I second that.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Barbara,
Yes?
this is John. Am I supposed to be voting on this?
Yes.
Yes,
You need to,
because Mike is not here yet, right?
Correct.
So, all right, John,
I'm in favor.
you need to be named to replace Mike until such time as Mike arrives. Is that understood by everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in favor, John?
Yes.
Are there any abstentions? Motion carries, thank you. Moving on to Philadelphia Sign, an application for property located at 9 Melrose Drive.
Heather, are you on?
Hi, this is Heather. I'm here.
I have your, exhibits on the screen if you want to speak to your application.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Heather Dudko, and I'm working with Philadelphia Sign on the sign project. The proposal is to replace the existing signage for Merrill Lynch. They are doing an upgrade of all their signage at various locations, and they're pretty basically just removing the Lynch from the signage at their sites. So the first sign is an existing ground sign that they'd like to remove and replace. The existing is 18 square foot at 5 foot overall height. They'd like to replace it at the same location, 24 square foot at 5'6" overall height. It's a non-illuminated sign, aluminum face with pin letters, like plate letters, mounted to the face of the sign. The next, they're kind of out of order, but there are two existing,
Sorry.
that's okay. We can just go through it. We can just go through.
Do you want to go here?
Can we go to the next page? Okay. There are 2 existing wall signs on the front of the building, one on the left and one on the right. They will both be removed and replaced at 25 square foot, which is a little smaller than the 2 existing signs. That's also an aluminum panel with attached plate letters. So there are 2 of those signs. You'll see the other one on the right side elevation. So they'll be identical signs on the left and the right. That sign will just be removed. It's a small sign. They'll just remove that. That was the original, the first sign we discussed. And then there are 2 tenant directories. They'll just re-vinyl the name on the directories. So there's 2 of those signs. So no structural change to that, just re-vinyl with the new name.
Does that complete your presentation?
It does, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Patrick?
No, no questions. Very straightforward. Thank you.
Matt?
The sign that is going to be along the road, is that sign, it's kind of sideways in that picture. If we could scroll up and look at that, I just want to,
Oh, yep.
Is
I know
it-
what you mean. I know what you mean.
yeah. So is it just going to be, go ahead, go right ahead.
It'll be perpendicular,
So it'll be in the same location as the existing sign.
correct.
And it looks as if it has a very narrow shaft-like base to it.
Mhm.
And so that concrete base is going to be removed completely from the existing sign.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is there illumination on that right now?
I don't know if there is any external spotlights there or ground lighting. If there
Okay.
are, I would suspect that they would remain, but I'm not 100% sure if there's any kind of ground or uplighting there.
Okay. And how tall, I'm trying to read this. I looked at it earlier, but how tall is it compared to the existing sign?
It's 6 inches higher than the existing.
Okay. All right. But it falls within all of our specifications. Is that correct, everybody?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. No, then I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Inez?
No questions.
Marcy?
No questions, thank you.
Scott?
No questions.
John?
No questions.
Has Mike signed in yet? No?
I don't see 'em.
Don't see him yet, okay. Is there anything you'd like to add to your presentation?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve Philadelphia Sign, the application for property located at 9 Melrose Drive. Motion and a second, please.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to approve the sign from Philadelphia Sign for sign application for property located at 9 Melrose Drive as presented.
May I have a second, please?
This is Matt Pogson, and I second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Miss Porter's School, site plan approval for improvements to Sarah Lane at 44 Main Street.
Katie, you are now welcome to present your application.
Yes. Here. Hello, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Katie Bradley. I'm here tonight representing Miss Porter's School. We are seeking site plan approval for renovations to Sarah Lane and the connecting parking lot that serves our theater and gym complex off of Garden Street. Sarah Lane is an internal road that passes through the center of campus, running east and west and connecting Main Street to Garden Street. Our local day students, which are, local day students, get dropped off on Sarah Lane entering from Main Street. Our deliveries enter from Garden Street and head up Sarah Lane to the loading dock. In addition to day students and deliveries, all day long, our students, pedestrian students, use Sarah Lane as a walkway, connecting them to the theater, gym complex, to dorms, to classrooms, and to dining hall. Over the past 25 years, renovating Sarah Lane has, for safety and aesthetic reasons, has been on 4 of our 4 separate campus master plans. It has just never made it to the top of the list until now. As most of you probably know and remember, I was here about 1.5 years ago getting permission for the renovation of 60 Main Street to enlarge our kitchen, servery, and dining hall. And in the process of doing that renovation over the last 18 months, we have had to dig up Sarah Lane, trench Sarah Lane, patch Sarah Lane to enhance all the utilities in 60 Main Street. And so now we feel like we've got to address Sarah Lane, and it's pretty unsightly. It's not really safe for our students. And it's time to put it all back together in a more pedestrian-friendly, attractive way that enhances the safety of our students. So the site plan includes various steps, and I'm going to start at Garden Street and kind of work my way east. It includes a new sign at the entrance of Sarah Lane. It includes dark sky compliant lighting. We have 11 existing fixtures, and we propose adding 3 more and relocating 5 of the existing so that there would be 14 total lampposts in the area. We'd like to remove 2 of our tennis courts to increase our parking lot. We currently have 48 spots, and by redesigning the parking lot, removing these tennis courts, we add 15 new spots, which would include 3 accessible spots for a total of 63 parking spots. We'd like to add a circular drive that you can see right there, and that would kind of increase our ability to safely drop off and pick up students. It's wide enough so that one car can pull over and another car can pass. We feel that this passing lane will eliminate some of the traffic backup onto Main Street and Garden Street that we've had in the past. We're also proposing a traffic gate right beyond the east of the circle there, to something that we could control through our campus safety office. It's almost a remote control type situation, but that way we can make sure that we know who's driving up this new pedestrian-friendly roadway. It is still a roadway that would provide access to all emergency vehicles. We've been working with the fire department to talk about what the important features of this gate, would need to be for safety and for emergency vehicles. We've been working with the town on this. So in addition to all of that, there's also a beautiful new landscape plan and an overall reduction of the amount of bituminous on this entire project, because we're going to take basically the asphalt paving off of Sarah Lane and replace it with pavers. 3 different pavers for a really aesthetic, kind of a pleasing pattern, breaks it up a little bit so that it's still wide enough for vehicle travel, but with the pattern and the design, the way that it's laid out, it has more of a street, or less of a street and more of a walkway feel to it. And this design was engineered by Lorero Engineering and Associates in Plainville. Tristan Wallace is here with me to answer any of your engineering questions.
Thank you, Katie.
You're
Commissioners?
welcome.
Yeah, you mentioned reducing the pervious area. Those pavers, those are not allowing water to seep through it, are they?
They are not, it's not a stamped pattern. They are pavers with, Tristan would probably be able to answer that question.
Hi, this is Tristan with Lorero Engineering. I can answer that a bit better. The pavers themselves aren't designed exactly as a infiltration feature. the way pavers are placed, there is a sand between the pavers, so that it does allow maybe some minimal infiltration, but the pavers themselves aren't designed for that type of stormwater management.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Matt?
We were told that there were some engineering comments, and I'm just looking through my files trying to see if we received the engineering, the engineering comments. So I'm looking at our agenda review, and it says that there were engineering remarks and that there were no objections to incorporating those engineering remarks, but I wasn't sure. Again, I'm still looking for that paper, the document. Again, I hate having all this stuff digital. I usually enjoy having paper in front of me. But so I guess Bruce was sitting there a minute ago. Bruce, if maybe you can share anything that you guys were looking at that needed to be changed or altered. Is there anything that we need to add to the motion to ensure that the engineering comments are taken care of?
No, most of them have been addressed, or there's an agreement for them to be addressed between both parties.
Okay, so normally when we have engineering comments, if something hasn't been addressed, then we try to make sure that it's added as an amendment to the motion. I just want to make sure that there's nothing else that needs to be added that you haven't come to agreement with them on.
All right. Not that I'm aware of. Let me
The engineering comments
Oh, go ahead.
No, they were just, I mean, I was the one that wrote up the agenda review, and they were all things that we had come to a fairly straightforward agreement upon, and there nothing that I believe needs to be added as an amendment.
Okay, perfect. That area is right next to that retention pond, which has become sort of it's constantly full. It's not just like for drainage. Is there going to be drainage going into that, or more drainage going into that, or is that anything that needs to be addressed?
I can speak to that a bit, Tristan Walls-Villarreal. The way the pond works now, it actually is a drainage feature, a design drainage feature. It was designed, some time ago, but it does receive stormwater from the parking area and some other roof drains along Sarah Lane and up through the campus. So that feature in itself won't be changed. We are mitigating some of the impacts by we are adding a detention system and a hydrodynamic separator, so that reduces the sediment going into the pond, and we actually are attenuating some of the flow that's into the pond. On top of that, last week we did get approval from wetlands, and a condition of that approval was the maintenance and some kind of minimal repair to the wetland, just to replant, give it some TLC, and so it can function as presented. I did take a walk out to the site. It does function. There is an outlet, but it just needs some general maintenance and kind of a program, I would say, attached to it. That was a part of the condition of the wetland approval, though.
I was unfamiliar with the wetland approval, so I appreciate that.
Yep.
But no, it sounds like you guys have that totally under control, and it looks like it's even going to be improved upon, so that's great news. And I think this is a great project, so no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Inez?
I don't have any new questions. Thank you.
Marcy?
Marcy, do you have any questions?
Scott, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
John, do you have any questions?
Yes. So if I'm understanding this, the entranceway onto the property will now all come from Garden Street, and that gate that's just up on the new road will control all traffic going in that way?
There will, actually, you will still be able to enter from Main Street into the same parking lot, the existing parking lot that's there behind 54 Main Street, which is the yellow building on Main Street. You will still be able to enter that way, but we are not going to have cars will not be able to drive from east to west down Sarah Lane.
And so,
Katie, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Katie, if I'm correct, there's not much traffic that goes through Sarah Lane as there is, or?
No, the only thing that used to come from Main Street would be the day student drop off, and we are now rerouting the day student drop off down here to this circular driveway. So the same number of cars will be going out, but now will be the entrance for the day student parent pickup drop off.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Katie, it's Barbara Brenneman. I have a question about emergency vehicles.
Yes.
How are you going to function on Sarah Lane if an emergency vehicle wants to go in off Garden Street?
So we've been working with, and one of the with the town and with Mike Galino, and one of the comments that the town had was that that gate needs to swing in, but I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but a large percentage of our buildings and grounds people are either fire chiefs or volunteer firefighters, and they have a plan and they're working with the town on that, but there would be some way that there would be a way for those vehicles to get in without needing one of us to be available for them. I don't know the details, but I do know that it's something that they are all confident will work. And there's some sort of, right now, for example, our security officers can open any door on campus remotely from their phone, and that same system would work for this gate.
Okay, that makes a big difference. And is that the same in the case of a delivery truck?
Correct. We are hoping to, well, one of the goals of this project was to try to get the random people showing up with a delivery of something small, driving up Sarah Lane while our students are passing between classes. And because of the renovation of 60 Main last year, we came up with a whole new system for deliveries last year where we broke it up so that it wasn't all going to one loading dock on campus and then being dispersed from Sarah Lane back out to all the buildings. We came up with a system that we now have Amazon lockers over near the gym so that the Amazon deliveries don't even come into the center of campus anymore. We pick up the mail from the post office now, and then we deliver it to the dorms ourselves. But with all of that said, we've come up with a system with really the only thing that's going to need to drive up Sarah Lane will be our food service deliveries. And most of those come between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. before the girls are pretty much moving on campus. So we're hoping, short of maintenance, say an HVAC contractor or someone that has a truck that needs to get closer to a building, that very few of our day-to-day deliveries will be on this road. And yes, we will be able to control who can be on it and when, so that we don't have so much traffic directly competing with the students crossing between classes.
Katie, when you do have a delivery on Sarah coming from Garden Street, is it allowed to exit on Main Street?
Well, actually, the way they have modeled it, it is going to still go back the way it always has. It's always gone up to the loading dock from Garden Street, and trucks have always turned around in that loading dock area. They kind of back into the loading dock, and then so Shannon, can you, just drive straight up past the loading dock area, and then they back into the loading dock, and then they turn around and back and drive forward back down Garden Street. And that's the way they've always done it. We've actually engineered the circular drive so that It's graded in a way that the trucks will be able to make that turn. They would never be able to make the turn out to Main Street because it's a very narrow lane there. And there's a building and a tree that would prevent any of the big trucks from getting around and going out to Main Street. So,
My concern was the truck coming out on Main Street and.
yeah,
if they
so
wanna
no, it
shoot
can't
back up,
happen.
Unload and turn
Yeah.
back out Garden Street, you've eliminated the problem. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Any commissioner have any other questions? I need a motion and a second to approve Ms. Porter's school site plan approval for improvements to Sarah Lane and 44 Main Street.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to approve the application from Ms. Porter School for site plan approval for improvements to Sarah Lane and 44 Main Street with the condition that the applicant continue working with town staff.
Is there a second?
This is Matt Pogson. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Patrick Carrier, I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Is there an abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next one,
Thank you.
Ms. Porter's school site plan approval for improvements to 62 Main Street.
Hi, hello, this is Katie Bradley. I'm here tonight representing Ms. Porter School, and we are here asking for site plan approval to rebuild, enlarge a patio, add a masonry ADA ramp on the south side of the building, install and replace new windows. I don't know if that's your purview. And then an addition of a sun porch off the rear and west side of the building. We have been, we've met with Bruce. I know that there is one kind of outstanding issue that we're working on, and that is on the interior of the building. Basically, what we're trying to do is enlarge the space, make the patio more inviting. It's going to be like I believe it's a 52-foot diameter stone and brick patio with a low seat wall. And we put that additional terraced area there so that we would avoid having to have a railing. By having the planting bed below, no railing is required. The sun porch that you see in this picture is an addition. It's 34 inches, feet wide and 12 feet 8 inches deep. There is a set of stairs on the south side here, and we're adding so that it's a two-way. It goes up and down to make it more inviting as you exit the building. The ramp that we're proposing on the side of the south side of the building, there's a photo of it here. What we want to do is to use the same building materials as we did on our 60 Main project that you approved. It's a beautiful brownstone edge piece and red brick trim. This photo doesn't really do it justice because we haven't landscaped this yet in this photo, but this is what the new ramp off the front of 60 Main Street looks like, but not really, because right now we've got topsoil and it's about to be planted. Let's see, the ramp, yeah, that's the ramp on the south side. The roof is going to be a standing seam. On the porch addition will be a standing seam metal roof. We've got windows that we're installing. We're gonna match the 8/8 on the sides where it's 8. We're basically matching all of the existing mullion patterns. Some are 8/8, some are 6/6. And then on the new porch, we're going to do 12/1, just so that the bottom sash is just one big piece of glass. We have approval from the Historic District Commission for this project, and as I mentioned before, the one thing that we're still working out is, we have 2 bathrooms. We're doing a slight renovation on the inside of the ground floor so that we can add an interior ramp so that the front of the building and the back of the building are accessible without having to do the 5 steps down. We're also adding a lift so that, again, if you are in a wheelchair or you've had some sort of sports injury and you're on a scooter, you don't have to, right now, you pretty much have to go outside the building to get from one level to the other. And so we're taking we have basically 2 first floors and they're about 48 inches different in height. And we're trying to make it so that they're completely accessible from inside and outside, that there's a bathroom on each one of those lower levels and multiple ways to get in and out of the building. And then in addition, enhancing the patio so that this new patio blends in and meets up with where we stopped at the 60 Main addition. Over here on the side, we kind of, as you know, with scope creep, we had to end one patio and one walkway, and we did not include this new enlarged patio in our 60 Main project. We're hoping to connect them in this project. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sure you have questions, but and I'm happy to answer them. I'm ready for questions.
Patrick, do you have any questions?
This is just a curiosity question. The fire pit there, is that an actual, like a wood fireplace or fire pit, or is that gas?
We're proposing gas. That's what we're hoping for. We have a lot of wood fire pits around campus, and as you know, any homeowner or anybody that has it, they fill up with water, there's maintenance, someone has to lug wood and take the old ashes away. And we're hoping, the plan is to make this a gas fireplace.
Yeah, I assume so. Thank you.
Matt?
I know you're expecting questions, but I actually don't have any. So at this time, I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Inez?
Was chuckling, Matt. Good job. No, just a comment. Since I've been on the commission, I feel like the whole campus got updated. I think that's awesome, and we need to do that. We need to take care of what we have, and Ms. Porter School does that. So thank you, and I am impressed with all the renovations.
Thank you.
Marcy? Marcy didn't answer the last time. She was there.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Something is going on. Sometimes my space bar works and sometimes it's not, but I do not have any questions. It's okay. I'm all set.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thanks. Bye.
Scott?
No questions. I think it looks great.
John?
No questions?
Has Mike shown up? No? He just showed up?
Yeah.
All right.
He can't, because he didn't
He
hear
can
the
join the next one.
presentation.
He can go to the next one, yes.
We
Mike,
love
it's
John.
Barbara. We're moving on to number 5 on the agenda.
All right, perfect.
They want to do a motion for the other.
Yeah, I know they are. So given we have finished our questions on Miss Porter's School, I need a motion and a second for site plan approval for improvements to 62 Main Street.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to approve the application from Ms. Porter School for site plan improvements to 62 Main Street with the condition the applicant continue working with town staff.
This is Matt Pogson, and I second that.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. For the sake of the room, Mike Raboulis has appeared to be on the commission as of now. 7:45 is the time I'm posting. That means John you are no longer a participating vote. We'll move on to
Understood.
number 5. I'm sorry?
I said, I understand.
Okay, thank you. Number 5, Town Planning and Zoning, Plan and Zoning Commission, accept an application for text amendment to the prohibited uses and adult-oriented businesses zoning regulations and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of April 26, 2021. I need a motion and a second, please.
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to accept the application from Town Plan and Zoning Commission for text amendment to the prohibited uses and adult-oriented businesses zoning regulations and schedule public hearing, recommended hearing date of April 26, 2021.
May I have a second, please?
Matt Pogson, and I second.
There's a motion and a second on the Plan and Zoning Commission recommended hearing date of April 26, 2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 6, Mark Watson, accept an application for special permit to raise poultry at 7 Fairview Drive and schedule a public hearing date of May 10th, 2021. May I have a motion and a second, please?
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to accept the application from Mark Watson for special permit to raise poultry at 7 Fairview Drive and schedule public hearing, recommended date of May 10th, 2021.
This is Matt Pogson, and I second that.
Thank you. There's motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstention? Motion carries. Patrick Royce, accept an application for a special permit for expansion of a home in excess of 2,400 square feet and an accessory apartment in excess of 600 square feet at 23 Bonnie Drive, an R20 zone, and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of May 10th, 2021. May I have a motion and a second, please?
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to accept the application from Patrick Royce for special permit for expansion of home in excess of 2,400 square feet and accessory apartment in excess of 650 square feet at 23 Bonnie Drive, R20 zone, and schedule public hearing with a recommended hearing date of May 10th, 2021.
May I have a second, please?
Matt Pogson, and I second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Eliza Panett, accept an application for a permit for home business at 18 Elizabeth Road and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of May 10th, 2021. May I have a motion and a second, please?
This is Ines St. James. I make a motion to accept the application from Eliza Panett for special permit for home business at 18 Elizabeth Road and schedule public hearing with recommended hearing date of May 10, 2021.
This is Matt Pogson, and I second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to public hearings. The first public hearing this evening is Don Parsons, application for special. Before I begin, it's my understanding that, Patrick, you are excusing yourself from this application. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, John, that puts you back on the calendar. So you will be
Roger.
voting in Patrick's place on this.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Don Parsons, application for special permit for addition to house in excess of 1,200 square feet of total area, an accessory apartment in excess of 650 square feet at 3 Doris Street in an R20 zone.
Don, I open this up to you to present your application.
Okay, can I share my screen?
No, we have your application in front of us. due to the nature of the public meeting, we're not able to extend the sharing powers, but I have your application here as well as the drawings that you provided.
Okay, so my name is Dawn Parsons and I live at 3 Doris Street in Unionville, and I'm requesting a special permit to add an 896 square foot accessory apartment with a garage attached to my current house on the south side back entrance of my home. It won't be visible from the street except the garage portion. The reasoning behind my request for an addition is to provide a dwelling for my aging parents, specifically my mother, who is struggling with rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis. She's having difficulty maneuvering stairs in their present home and is having trouble doing household chores like laundry and cleaning. And it would also allow their son, who's my brother, who's a quadriplegic, to visit them, as he's not been able to do so in their current home because of the difficulty to lift him up the stairs. I'm also a single mother who has 2 young children, one of whom has special needs in the Farmington school system, and I would greatly benefit from the additional support of the grandparents close by. If you see on the plan there, that's the current. Can you scroll up? That's the current view of my house, and then the proposed front view of the house on top there.
That's the back.
There's the front view. That's the proposed garage on the left-hand side, and my existing garage is the one to the right. And then below that is where the addition would be, and that's the back view of my house. So the proposed dwelling would be behind the garage. And then that's the left-hand side of the view. The left-hand side view actually didn't come out too well on this, but it's just the 4 windows on the side of the garage. So my garage, it looks similar to my house right now. And then that's just the plot plan of my yard. All the setbacks and property lines would be met according to the zoning, Farmington zoning and the regulations. And then that's the proposed floor plan. If you can see all the way to the right where it says Dawn's Living, that's where it would connect to my house, my current home. And that's like a mud room in my house. So it would connect to that. That's a door in the backyard of my house. I spoke to the surrounding neighbors, and I have 3 supportive letters to the town of Farmington. We live at 7 Doris Street, directly next door to Dawn Parsons on the south side of her house, and we are in full support of her proposed addition, as we too added additional square footage for our parents to reside with us. It's been very helpful to have my children's grandparents on our property, and we have no opposition to this in our neighborhood. Thank you, Paul and Eileen Slowinski. And that was at 7 Doris Street, and they would be directly on the south side where that would be being built. The neighbor directly across the street at 4 Doris Street also wrote a letter. My name is Jane Hutman. I live at 4 Doris Street, directly across from Dawn, and I am in full support of these additions to Dawn's house. I'm an elderly neighbor who Dawn has been very helpful to over the past 4 years. I can certainly understand her wanting to help her aging parents, and it would be very beneficial for them to all be on the same property. Thank you, Jane Hutman, again, 4 Doris Street. And finally, the neighbors directly behind me live at 55 Burlington Road, directly behind Dawn Parsons. We have added square footage to our house too, for family members to reside with us, and we are in full support of her proposed addition to her house, Wayne and Dawn Dupree. And those are the 3 properties that border my house. And that's it. I thank you for your consideration. Do you have any questions?
We'll go to the commissioners, Don. Patrick?
Yeah, I'm recused. Yeah, I'm recused on this one.
Mike, do you have any questions on this application?
Just confirming the total square footage, the total 100 square feet.
Would you mind repeating your question? You seem to have been coming in and out.
The total addition, if I read the agenda review properly, was that it would be a 3,200 square foot house now?
It'd actually be less than that. The square footage of my house right now is approximately 1,992 square feet, and it would be an additional 896 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure where the 3,200 came from. That was on the letter, but it would be significantly less than that.
Okay, thank you. I might have read the agenda review properly. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Matt?
Just to be clear, the only people that would be residing with you are your parents. This is not an apartment for anything besides your family living in with you, correct?
That is correct, yep.
Okay. Besides that, no, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Matt just said, so would there be anything in land records that would indicate the usage or allowed usage if the property transfers?
Can you repeat that, Inez? I didn't,
It's more for the town staff. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So the regulations for accessory dwelling units would still apply to this unit after sales, because that's within our zoning ordinance.
Okay, so it carries with the new owner. The
Yeah.
I mean, what was presented makes sense. I drove by and the house appears much bigger than the houses around there already. So thank you for explaining it, because I had no idea where this garage was going. It looks like the lot is pretty built up with probably more than one addition in the past. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcy, do you have any questions?
Well, I was just going to go back. There was that in excess of 3,200, but if you add the garage and the apartment and your existing 1,900 square feet, you get pretty close to that. So is the garage part of the?
It's included in the 3,200.
It's included in the 3,200, but that's where that number's coming from, because it's 900 plus 672, right? And then.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So it is there. And other than that, I have no questions. I think it, looks fine.
Scott?
No questions, so thank you.
John?
No questions?
This is a public hearing, so if there was anyone attending this meeting this evening who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application, you may do so by raising your hand electronically, and we will respond to you and you may speak your piece.
Remember, there's a raise your hand and chat function within Zoom. So if you are looking to make a public comment, this is your opportunity.
You see any hands?
I have no comments or no hands raised. Okay.
Dawn, is there anything else you'd like to add to the presentation?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Given the fact there was no communication publicly, we have the right to make a motion and get a second on this application, please.
This is Ines St. James. I make the motion to approve the application from Dawn Parsons for special permit for addition to house in excess of 3,200 square feet of total area, an accessory apartment in excess of 650 square feet at 3 Doris Street, R20 zone.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Matt Pogson, and I second.
Okay. Patrick, you have excused yourself, and John, you're voting on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Don.
Okay, now we're going to move on to 402 Farmington Avenue LLC, application for change of zone from BR and R80 to special innovation zone and site plan approval for multifamily development at lots 40, 40B, Farmington Avenue, also known as 8231, 9249 Farmington Avenue to the rear of 406 Farmington Avenue. This hearing is continued from January 26, 2020. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. As we get ready to shift gears here, take a moment and stretch. We're going to open up a couple of documents in preparation for this meeting. And we are starting this evening with public comment. So for orientation purposes, the 402, and again, if you are not speaking, I'm going to ask you please mute your microphone so we're not having to police everybody. Okay, everybody's got their microphone muted. Thank you. We got 84 people on tonight, folks, so it's going to be important to please monitor your microphones. Okay, so for this evening, we are starting with public comment. We are going to start with oral public comment and then do written public comment. You will raise your hand using the Zoom function, and we will call on you. You'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like regarding the application. I'll find a general site plan here and open a general site plan for viewing. And then we will, after public comment is finished, we will be hearing from the applicant. So will be commission questions, and then the interveners will have an opportunity for a presentation, and then we'll see where we are at that point in the evening. But just so everyone has an understanding of where we are and what direction we're headed this evening. And I am going to try to get a general site plan up here. So that we've got something for reference. Rotate this. Right click. Previous view, rotate clockwise. All righty. Okay. All right, we are going to start public comment. There's a site plan on. Obviously, if somebody would like something else up on the screen, I will do my best to find it for you. And we've got Miss Dr. Fitchman. You should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself, Dr. Fitchman, and you may start us this evening for public comment.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm not a great public speaker, so I apologize. But I'd like to just start out with one word, which is reliance. And it's such an important word, especially during this pandemic that we've had. If you remember back to the beginning, we were concerned about getting food, or if we got sick, could we get medical care? And we rely on all those things. We expect them to be available to us. And that's what makes us secure in life. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But going back in history a little bit, back in 1967, there was an application for a similar project, which was rejected by your predecessors. Now, back in those days, none of the abutting properties even existed. I happen to know who the developer was because his son was a good friend of mine when I was in grade school. And he was a significant developer. He developed Westgate, which is across from Stop and Shop in West Hartford, Lakeview, which is in Farmington, Hunter's Run. So, you know, I would assume that he understood that he wasn't going to be able to do it because of the zoning laws. And I think that the people that built here, because it was after that 1967 decision, invested not just their money, but really their families and everything that they had in their homes with a reliance on the zoning at that time. So now we're in a different situation. And this is a project which, through my understanding, and I'm not the brightest guy in the room by any means, but it's not requiring a special permit, it's a rezone. So the commission is being asked to rezone this area. And my understanding is there are three essential elements. One is it in harmony with the overall plan, conservation, and development? The second is it superior to a plan possible under existing zoning regulations? That one, I would say, in my own mind, probably not. And the third, is it in harmony with the actual or permitted development of adjacent properties? Actual is as built, and permitted would be the zoning laws. So I look and I see that, of course, the developer they've generously donated some to the Farmington Land Trust. So there's approximately 14 acres that are developable, but their project calls for somewhat like 50% of that to be where this project is located. And they talk about potentially developing the rest at a later date. So there are two figures I'll give you. One would be for if the entire 14 acres was used for density, and the others would be if just the section that is actually being developed was used. So when we go back to, is it in harmony with the actual development of adjacent properties? If we use the entire 14 acres, it's 50 times the housing density of Prattling Pond Road. And if we use the permitted development, that would be a 2-acre zone, it's 20 times that. If, and as I believe, which is most likely true, they intend to only develop somewhat around 50% of it, and in the future develop the future project that they might have in mind, then we're now talking about 100 times the density of Prattling Pond Road and 40 times the 2-acre zone. So I'm not sophisticated. I'm not a person that knows much about planning and or zoning, but I would say from those figures, it's probably not in harmony with the actual, which is Prattling Pond Road, or the permitted development, which is a 2-acre zone. Now, just my own personal history. I used to live in New York City. I was born and raised here. I was a chief resident at a big hospital. I had 24 doctors that I supervised. I was chief of ophthalmology of a big city hospital. But being a country boy, I guess I'm not a boy anymore, but whenever I could get away, I would drive as far as my beeper. I'm dating myself, not a cell phone, but a beeper would take me, and I'd go out to Dobbs Ferry and sit in the woods by a stream and read a book, because I don't like a lot of noise. I don't like a lot of action. Some people do, but I think the people that have located to Prattling Pond Road, which is a road which is not maintained by the town, not snow plowed by the town, no trash pickup, no gas line, no water service, no sewer service. I would assume that most of the people that are there have moved there for the same reason that I did, because they want to be in harmony with nature. They want to have a pristine environment, and they like the quietude. And certainly this development will have some noise attached to it, not because people are terrible, but you're talking about 300 residents being right behind your homes. There's going to be lights in the parking lot and traffic. Well, I know there's been traffic studies, but I read something about, well, it's already bad traffic. It's already hard to make a left from Prattling Pond Road. Well, that would be like me telling somebody they've already lost some vision in their eyes, so don't worry about it. If you lose a little more vision, it's not a big deal. more traffic is just going to exponentially make it a more difficult spot. We've had testimony in the past that the density is similar to Talcott Forest and the other developments, Talcott Glen and Talcott Ridge. Actually, it's significantly higher than those developments. I drove and walked through all of them. This is a much higher density. Those are minimal buildings, modest heights. They have land between them. And the most important thing is they are not even within view of any private houses. They're near some commercial buildings, but they're not built in people's backyards. The building which is proposed is 46 feet high, 46 feet high with 146 air conditioning compressors on top of it. And it's over 300 feet long. 300 feet is the size of a football field. 300 feet is 100 yards. And so it's 217,000 square feet. Now that may not mean a lot to you. And if we add the garages and the maintenance buildings, it's probably 250,000, but the main building, 217,000 square feet. Well, if you look at Anthology, which was just built, nice job, not near any private houses, right on the main drag of Route 4, Farmington Avenue, lovely building. That's 182,000 square feet. This is 217,000 square feet. Jackson Labs, big building, impressive building, lovely building, 191,000 square feet. This building is 217,000 square feet. Imagine a football field with a 46-foot high building on it, built behind your homes. I can't imagine that anyone would really want that done, and I can't imagine why the zoning would be changed for that. One of the reasons that was given was that the medical community, Jackson Labs, UConn desperately needs this for jobs. Well, Jackson Labs had as I think most people know, they had a deal with the state. The state funded a lot of the building, and the deal was they had to create a certain amount of jobs within 10 years. Well, they blew that out of the water in very few years. So I asked myself, if housing is so necessary within walking distance, how is it they were able to do that? My mom was a volunteer at UConn Hospital. I know UConn Hospital. I used to study there when I was a med student. I'm not aware that there's a big hue and cry for more employees because they have to live close by. I've been adjunct faculty there for 36 years. The other thing is that when discussed with me by one of the representatives of the developer, he told me it was going to be the most upscale housing in Farmington. Well, the most upscale housing in Farmington is certainly not going to be for the clerks that check you in or the orderlies or most of the people that work in the hospital. And the people that can afford expensive apartments like the doctors and administrators, they're probably going to want to buy houses at that price. So that doesn't really go. And the other thing is, this is a 30-minute walk up a very, very steep hill. I've done it. It's not for the faint of heart. If you think about it, even on a very pleasant, balmy day, 30 minutes to walk to work, and hopefully there's a shower there if it's warm. Hopefully you have a change of clothes if it starts raining, if it's inclement weather. I think everyone that's listening tonight understands it's just not tenable. It's not within walking distance. And I don't think that the employers, Jackson Lab and UConn, really need it. I think Carrier and Black & Decker are very far away. If they really need people to live close by, this isn't the place. So I asked myself, is this necessary? Is it absolutely necessary? And the answer is no. Now, is it desirable? Well, maybe it is. Maybe within the plan that the town has for creating a destination of a world-class medical center, I can think in my mind that, gee, if I was a resident and I applied to 3 or 4 different places, and one of them had housing that truly was walking distance, not 30 minutes away up some huge hill and walking across a busy Route 4, but, you know, kind of on the campus, would I be interested? Yeah, that might turn my mind. That might make me want to go there. I was even thinking, well, if it was close to the campus, could you have a program where UConn rents some of the apartments and has pharmacy students or nursing students stay there for 6 months at a time? Wouldn't that be attractive? They could work in the hospital, they could see how the hospital environment works, and then go back to the Storrs campus and another group could come in. So I'm definitely not opposed to having housing, but it's just, this is a location that's going to have a huge, huge, mammoth building. In fact, the largest, densest apartment building ever built in the history of the town of Farmington, right behind individual homes. One of my neighbors will be able to see it as clearly as you can see your kids playing in the backyard. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's reasonable. So then I asked myself, is this the location, or are there other locations available? And then I think there are. One of them is Loman's Plaza. Loman's Plaza is 230 Farmington Avenue. In fact, a developer asked for permission to build housing there along with retail. And I think that really could be a, excuse my 1960s language, it could be a very cool idea. And that is within walking distance. As it so happens, the developer is the very developer that's asking to develop this mammoth building behind our homes. They applied for it, a permission to do this. They were approved, and 2 days later, they withdrew their application. I'm not sure why, but this is a much better location, much better location. It has a traffic light. It already has parking. And again, it is not close to housing. If this developer doesn't want to develop that location, I would be more than happy to help search for a developer that would, so that we could have an exciting apartment house, but it wouldn't be behind people's houses. It wouldn't be a half an hour from UConn. It wouldn't be built in a place that it really shouldn't be. There's another lot that just was bought on March 5th. It's 111 South Road. It was the old Union building. It's a 14,000 square foot building, and it is actually immediately adjacent to the UConn campus. It was bought on March 5th. I had my designer make a plan for a building just like this. It fits on that lot. It is not near any housing. People could walk to UConn in really virtually seconds, but within minutes, they would be right at the main hospital. That was actually bought by the very developer that wants to build the mammoth 217,000 square foot, 46 foot high building in our backyards. So that developer owns 111 South Road. That developer owns Loman's Plaza. Across Munson Road from 111 South Road, there are two big lots which a developer is building medical buildings on, but actually no building has been built yet. They could both house housing, and they are immediately adjacent to the UConn campus. They're both also owned by the same developer that wants to put a 217,000 square foot building, 46 feet high, 300 feet long in our backyards. So, you know, for my own very selfish reasons, I moved here for a particular reason. I have a career where I get up very early in the morning, and as Tiger Woods says, I have to have my A game when I'm operating on people. I need to go to sleep very early. If I'm going to have some huge complex behind me with 300 people living there, cars coming at night, car doors slamming, radios on, 146 units of air conditioning on the roof, I'm not going to be able to live here anymore. And this was my forever home and my family's forever home. And I kind of would like to stay here. I've put a lot of heart and soul into it. We've been here for many decades. We've raised our kids, and now we're raising our grandkids here. Now, when I look at the website from the town, I see that there are an awful lot of people that oppose this. I mean, the vast, vast, vast majority in the very high 90%. But I did see that there were a few people that supported it. So because it's so important to me, I had the moxie to actually call them. And what I found was that these people were approached a long, long time ago and were asked, would you like to have an apartment house in this area? They weren't told where it was going to be. They weren't told it was going to be behind houses. They weren't told it was going to need a zoning change. And when that was explained to a couple of them, they were definitely against it. A couple more were against it anyway because they'd already heard about it. I'm not going to betray people, but some of the folks that are listed, some of the big institutions, they are also against it. So it's because if you're asked, would you like an apartment house in the area? Sure, that sounds seductive. But if you're asked, is it going to be in people's backyards? Is it going to have all the limitations that this has? Is it going to be a half-hour walk from the Yukon Health Center? The answer is no. And the answer is no. And if we need to do that, then I will go and get letters from these very people. To my knowledge, there literally is no one that actually literally supports this project going in the backyards of these homeowners in the way that it is now. And so I'm just not understanding why this has gone this far. This requires a zoning change. The developer owns 2 or 3 properties that are easy walking distance of Yukon, easily could support this, one of which was already approved for this project. None of them have housing anywhere near them. I'm not sure what it is about this that is so seductive for anyone, but I would ask, as I close here, for everyone on this commission to ask themselves a question very quietly. And that is, if this was your house that your family lived in, would you want a 217,000 square foot building, 46 feet high and 300 feet long, built behind your house because someone decided that the zoning that you relied on when you moved there and lived there for decades is going to be changed? I don't think that you would. And I appreciate your taking the time and patience to listen to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fitchman. And I think I got a message. Mr. and Mrs. Zaytujan, if you want to unmute your microphone, yeah, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Zaytujan, and I reside at 42 Prattling Pond Road with my husband and children. We are direct abutters to the proposed development. I want to address a comment that Attorney Hollister made at the end of the meeting on March 22nd. Attorney Hollister had asked if he could address me directly regarding the rendering that we had done of the proposed development and what it would look like from our backyard. Shannon, would you be able to pull that up on the screen, please?
Sure. No, hang on.
There it is. The rendering makes such a clear statement about the poor choice of location that it seems to have put Attorney Hollister on the defensive. In fact, at the last meeting, when I was expecting to be asked technical questions regarding the rendering, he attempted to ask me why our backyard was the way that it was. So you can see that is our backyard. A clearing in that whole area there is where our children have played with friends over the years. We bought our house like this 20 years ago. Attorney Hollister wanted to know why we hadn't done anything to the backyard. The question caught me off guard. I didn't quite comprehend what he was implying. In fact, what he was asking was why hadn't we planted trees in our backyard to prevent the ungodly sight of the proposed development. Normally, clearly, the proposed development would not be there and you would just see those trees. However, I'm glad Attorney Hollister implied that it was our fault that we would see this enormous building because we hadn't planted more trees. I'm not sure in my lifetime if they would ever reach the top of Metro's proposed development, but he does raise an interesting point. Metro is proposing a zone change to put up a building of this scale abutting a residential area. We bought this home based on the current zoning. Why would we have planted more trees? We are counting on the existing zoning regulations laid out for a reason. We bought this home, and so did many others, based on our confidence in the zoning board to uphold the zoning regulations that have been in place. Why should the zoning be changed to suit Metro's needs? The zoning regulations are in place for a reason, one that we, as well as others in the town of Farmington, count on. If passed, what's to stop other zones from being changed in our lovely town? We are talking about changing the environment in Farmington. Are we supposed to believe that there's no other location that is zoned for this type of building? These are honest conversations that need to be considered by the zoning board. It would seem to me, by the outpouring of just under 300 letters from concerned residents, that no one wants our town to lose its warm, historic, small town feel. This area is the wrong place for this type of development, backing up to this residential area. Not only does it affect those of us that live on Prattling Pond Road, but the letters, emails, and comments from the residents of Farmington echo that message. We stand together in not supporting a zoning change. I don't think that any one of us wants to be told to plant trees in our backyard to protect our property from a proposed change in the zoning regulations that we rely on to maintain the environment we live in Farmington. I want to thank the board for your time and ask that you don't allow this zone to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes. Okay. Nicole Kuhn, you can unmute your microphone and you can speak and address the commission with your name, address, and your comments, please.
Hello, this is Michael Kuhn and Nicole Kuhn. I want to first thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. We live on 4 Olcott Way off of Mountain Spring Road. And so unlike the very well-versed individuals who spoke, we don't live directly behind this. And I certainly would share their concerns, and that's why we're here as well. We moved to Farmington a few years ago for that small town charm and appeal. Living off Mountain Spring, we've watched a lot of construction out on Farmington Avenue in hopes that that would help to deter some of the traffic and the traffic patterns in the area, only to see it really not have any significant change. When we see where this is proposed to be built, the only thing you can think of is traffic, and more traffic at the junction of the corner of Route 4 and 508. This seems to be the absolute worst place to put a building like this, let alone in somebody's backyard. This thing is a monster. You just, by looking at this rendering with the parking lot, think about each one of those cars coming in and out several times a day onto that road that doesn't permit good traffic flow as it is now. And now we're going to have hundreds more cars coming in and out. There's no good access point for it there. This is as it was very illustrated well, a very private road that's been maintained private. And that is a rural road and not a thoroughfare, which would be required for this. You know, the whole concept of that this would support the university and the University Medical Center. I have a medical background like Dr. Fitchman, and I agree with him that while there would be some attractiveness for trainees to have housing in a commutable distance and a walkable distance, this is certainly not that. That is certainly not this beast. So I would encourage the board to reject this proposal. Again, this from another concerned citizen in Farmington who, I will say, fortunately doesn't have to look at this monstrosity in their backyard if it would be approved, but certainly support those who are concerned and the whole community as a whole with the traffic flow patterns and the access to this is going to cause a monster traffic problem. And well, instead of seeing people wanting to come to Farmington, we're going to see people wanting to move out of Farmington, because if you can't get into the town to enjoy the small town community, you're going to turn around and go the other way. So I thank you all for your time and hearing our concerns.
Thank you. Okay, next, Joanne Lawson. So you can go ahead and unmute your microphone, your full name, address, and then address the commission, please.
Joanne Lawson, 9 Prattling Pond Road, Farmington.
Thanks.
I've already written a letter of opposition quite a while ago, but I just wanted to make sure to say one last time that this is a very dense proposal, and it's for apartments. It's not even for an office building. So apartments, there will be early birds, so there'll be night owls, there'll be people coming and going at all hours. There will be a lot of cars coming and going and doors opening and closing. People will have their lights on. And as you saw in the renderings, the people in our 80 homes will be looking at a gigantic building with a lot of apartments, most or all of which have balconies. And none of the renderings that I've seen so far show people sitting on furniture with lights on their balconies, which I think I certainly would do. And all that light will be going into the backyards of the people who bought our 80 homes abutting our 80 property. Lights, noise. I looked at 299 Colt Highway, and I'm sure it's a nice place, but those are separate buildings. It's not nearly this dense. I looked through the slides that the applicant is going to take us through later, and on slide number 42, it shows the number of feet from building to building to 52 Prattling Pond Road, which is 239 feet, 219 feet, 344 feet. But what it doesn't show is that between the proposed building and the required buffer that they'll add, there's going to be a parking lot with no trees. So there's going to be a lot of empty space where lights from cars will be. Another slide, number 46, shows from your eye height at 6 feet, you'd be looking up to the 4th floor of the proposed apartment building. I think you'd be looking straight to the 3rd floor and down a bit to the 2nd floor. That's a lot of apartments, a lot of lights, a lot of people opening and closing the doors onto their balcony. I'm opposed to this because it's just so many people added to our quiet neighborhood. And it's not on Farmington Avenue, it's butted up against our 80 properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I got another hand raised. Okay. Attorney Ainsworth, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I'm going to make some public comment, which is outside of the intervention, but as you know, I represent the Fitchmans, who are neighbors, and they've spoken to you, I think, from their heart, but I'd like to address sort of the general planning concept that we're here for. This is a zone change, and that's an important concept to keep in mind. You have the broadest discretion possible when you're making a zone change in your legislative authority. But that also means that it doesn't mean that you're just not accountable. It means that you have the broadest ability to ask the right questions. And this is the absolute opposite of as of right construction. While this may be a good idea and there is a concept here that is worthy, and it's housing that supports the medical center, no one's going to argue against that straw man. It's too easy. But it's when you apply it to a particular property, does it make sense? And the question isn't so much, can you build it? And that's what the developer has been promoting to you, that yes, we can do this. We can fit this here. We can put these here. We can handle the stormwater. Yes, technically they can do these things. That doesn't translate to should they do it here? Because the question really is, if you're going to change a zone and you're doing it at the margins where there are other properties that are of a different quality, you have a different type of neighborhood, the real question you should be asking is, should we be changing the zone to allow it here? Just because you can drop an overlay somewhere doesn't mean that you have a right to that or it's a good idea, just because it could be dropped somewhere else in the zone, in the greater zone. And so, you know, there was an argument that we made regarding the fact that the applicant has not presented to you all of what this project is. And one of the things we pointed out is that they hadn't given you architectural renderings of the garages and the maintenance building. And while the argument came back, oh, yeah, those are just accessory buildings. There's no exception for that. There's nothing in the regulations to say, well, you don't have to provide elevations or architecturals or materials for accessory buildings. It doesn't say that you can just forget about that. And in fact, it's really important because these folks who live nearby are going to be the ones who are going to be looking at the butt end of those buildings, probably the blank wall of the backside of those garages. They're not, we have no idea whether they have any architectural detail. And so we're assuming that they're just going to be a big square box facing the back of the property. You know, so we made a point that they are supposed to provide you with architectural renderings when they apply. That was back, what, in November? It's now April. And April 1st is the first time they presented any elevation for the garages. It speaks to how they are treating the neighborhood. They're an afterthought. And that's not appropriate. As I said, the question you should be asking is, should this be done here? And the reason why they've jammed this thing in the utmost corner of the property, as close as they could get and still provide the setbacks. The reason why they did that was to avoid the vernal pools and other natural features. They didn't do that because this was actually the best way to develop this property. They did it despite the fact that it's going to harm the neighbors. Apparently, they're just saying they're casualties of war, of economic war. And I don't think that's acceptable. As members of the Zoning Commission, your job is to protect citizens, and especially when you're making broad policy decisions about, do we put this overlay here or do we not? And so I just remind you that if the whole point, I think, started out at the very beginning when I first saw the applicant's presentation. They showed you this beautiful picture of the Farmington Medical Center, and of course that has nothing to do with this other than the fact that it might be served by some of this. But and then they talked about walkability, and they couldn't stop talking about walkability. And this is the antithesis of walkability. There are no sidewalks. There's no plans for sidewalks. There's no money for sidewalks. There is no reasonable interpretation of the current facts that suggest that there will be sidewalks in any reasonable time frame. So the walkability kind of goes out the door, although it's, again, theoretically possible. It's technically feasible to put in sidewalks, but that isn't the question. It's, should you do this to this neighborhood? So I leave it to you in your conscience, not to say, hey, we need the tax base. Hey, we need housing. It's, do we need housing here? And could it be put somewhere else better? Or could something else less intensive be done with this property? Sure. And that's really the answer. So I leave you to your conscience on that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Alex Oshana, please identify yourself. You can unmute your mic. Identify yourself with your street address and address the commission. Alex, you have your hand raised. You You can unmute your microphone and address the commission. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this application?
Hello.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Hi, Alex.
Okay. Alexander Oshana, 21 Berkshire Drive, East Farms, part of Farmington. Dr. Fitchman had brought up some really good points. And one of the areas that I haven't heard anybody mention about was the East Farms, part of Farmington. Dr. Fitchman also mentioned about Munson Road, possibly putting something up there. East Farms area is not capable of putting such a monstrosity up there. That whole area will be extremely affected. In fact, East Farms Elementary School is known for one of their biggest programs is their biological pond there that they teach students all about biology and things of that nature. So all of that pollution and environmental effects will definitely have an effect on it. But I guess the main point is that UConn is a state-run hospital. It's a transient hospital. They outsource a lot of their departments, including patient care is all outsourced. Students come there all the time. They need housing, yes, and then they leave the area. So we're trying to accommodate for their needs, but the environmental impact, I think, is just not acceptable. And I am 100% against this policy, this project. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna pop back over, Attorney Shansky.
Good evening, thank you. Attorney Marjorie Shansky, I represent the Zaytunjans, and I also have just a couple of planning comments. The first has to do with the 105-page response that the applicant provided in advance of this meeting, and specifically Mr. McDermott's planning report. I want to lay the foundation for the commission's review of that by suggesting that it is argument more than evidence. And the reason I say that is actually set forth with some specificity in an exhibit or in a letter, a communication that I saw on the website today from Mr. Corson. Mr. McDermott argues in favor of the consistency of this development with the neighborhood when it is manifestly inconsistent, both by density and scale. Mr. McDermott doesn't discuss in any measure the great environmental damage that this development as located and as scale will cause to the wildlife corridor, which is within the commission's jurisdiction to review. That is not something that is subsumed into the wetland review. That is your review, Town Plan and Zoning Commission. And to the extent that he espouses the value of this zone change, there's nothing in the plan, in your plan, that identifies this area for residential use. So there's just a litany of reasons why you must view his reportage to you as argument, not as evidence, and consider it with the information and the regulations that you know and understand so well. And then associating myself with Attorney Ainsworth comments, just a little bit more to the notion of the floating zone and your legislative responsibility. The thing about a floating zone under your regulations is that it is paired with a development plan. the floating zone is not an abstraction and just come down to land like some other residential zone or some other commercial zone. It is paired with a development plan so that in its acceptance, the commission is fully informed exactly what it is approving. So this idea that this middle portion is undeveloped has very little sort of review at the scale at which they next come in to seek development approvals for it. So perhaps you are being left to your imagination that something that is 100 times the density of Prattling Pond Road may become even more so by another dense proposal in the middle parcel. I think that it is too much to be left to the imagination. I think that your regulations dictate and certainly give you the authority to require more, but to also be able to simply say no to this that is so inappropriate, so out of scale, so excessive, and so harmful, both to the environment and to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy Braga.
Hi there, good evening. I also wrote a letter in opposition earlier on in this process, but just did want to speak this evening. We have lived in Farmington for nearly 2 decades and actually only just moved to Prattling Pond in November of last year. We lived on Valley View for the nearly 2 decades. And interestingly, when we bought that property, there was nothing behind us. And that was one of the things that appealed so much to us, was that we had such a beautifully private backyard. And I remember my husband commenting that, well, that was state-owned property and they weren't ever going to build anything on it. And then I'm not sure how many years later that was, that the spaceship was built in our backyard, and the lighting, the building, the noise, it became, on days when there were lots of leaves on the trees, it wasn't as bad, but it was quite something to have that big medical building behind our home that had been so private. So I certainly feel for my neighbors here now, as they are in certain opposition to this building, because I have lived through that. And I certainly agree with their feelings and absolutely oppose this project. Again, everybody keeps talking about the walkability, the traffic. I have a 5th grader at Westwoods, and being that we are a private road, there is no bus stop for our house. So we have to go to the base of Prattling Pond and Farmington Avenue. And it is something to have, my 11-year-old be dropped off on the corner of Farmington Avenue. So I do drive her to and from school quite a lot because I'm just not comfortable with the amount of traffic. I know in another meeting, there was someone who discussed that there had actually been someone who had been killed on Farmington Avenue after getting off the bus. That only just, made me go pick her up and drop her off that much more. There's a better option. This is not it. And as the last woman said, certainly, it is inappropriate. It's excessive. And I just would really hope that the council will seriously consider everything that the town people are expressing and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Pierre Gerton. You can unmute your microphone, identify yourself and your address, and address the commission. Pierre?
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Gerton. I live at 12 Henley Commons in Farmington. I wanted to speak just a few minutes about this proposed project that is before the commission. I've been a resident with my family in Farmington for 30 years. I do not live in that neighborhood, although my children, when they were school age, did attend, East Farm on that side of town. In this intervening period, the extent of development that has occurred in that corridor has been, in my view, to this point, almost bordering on excessive. We have created huge amounts of traffic that accelerate at speeds well in excess of 40 to 45 miles an hour on a daily basis in and around those streets. Most of the development has been transient, mostly medical office buildings, people coming and going every day, no care for the neighborhood. And the infrastructure in that part of town is just not adequate, in my view, to support this type of development, this level and density of development that is before you. East Farms, as one of the town's local elementary schools, is by far the most overcrowded in the entire community. And so, I don't know all of the motivations for the project, but candidly, this just appears to be trying to put, a square peg in a round hole, and kind of be darned for all those in and around that might be impacted. And as I said, I'm not a neighbor, but I don't believe that this project is appropriate for the town of Farmington. And as I look at the town of Farmington zoning regulations, and more specifically the responsibilities of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission in regards to this, preferred district, is that the proposal needs to be in harmony with the overall objective of the plan of conservation and development, which I think was spoken to earlier by an attorney in regards. And this project is not. This is not reflective of the architecture, the size and scale of buildings in our community. We spend more time, focused on signs than we appear to be focusing on something that is this large and this ill-placed, in my view. Also, the commission's responsibilities are that the proposal is supposed to be superior to a plan possible under the existing zoning regulation for the parcels in question. There's no alternative presentation. There's no alternative views in terms of possibility. And neither of the existing zoning requirements essentially provide for this kind of dense use. And therefore, it would be inappropriate to push this forward and approve. And finally, the proposal is supposed to be in harmony with the actual or permitted development of adjacent properties. I think it's quite clear that many of the direct neighbors in the area would argue quite vehemently, and I think with a great deal of conviction and evidence, that this proposal is not in harmony with that part of town, nor with the direct abutters and the general community around. And therefore, I suggest strongly that the commission ultimately reject this proposal as inappropriate and ill-placed for Farmington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jen Fitchman, and I will ask if you do have comments for the commission too. We've got quite a few people that want to speak tonight. To be as succinct as possible, and if your thoughts have already been shared, you can simply let us know that you agree with whoever spoke before you. That will be sufficient to convey your thoughts to the commission. Jen Fitchman, you should be able to unmute your microphone at this point.
Hi, my name is Jen Fitchman. I live at 40 Prattling Pond Road. I'm in between Dr. Fitchman and his wife Lynn and the Zantusians. This project will be in our backyard as well. I spoke last time to you about my concerns, and again, I'm coming to you with my concerns again. One of the things that I did not mention last time is East Farms, the school that my 4 children attend, and the impact that this structure, this building will have on that school and class size. Part of Farmington's, part of the reason people move into Farmington is their school system and what they can provide. And I feel like this will really create an issue with that. Second, to piggyback off of everybody else, the planning and zoning It does not go with the harmony of our neighborhood. And for me to really prove that to you, I encourage you to come park in my driveway at Prattling Pond Road, walk down our street, walk through my backyard, meet our neighbors, and see that we are real people, and put yourselves in our shoes and imagine your world being turned upside down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sheila Murphy. Again, identify yourself, name, address, and address the commission, please.
Hi, this is Sheila Murray. I live at 20 Prattling Pond Road, Farmington. Prattling Pond Road enters and exits onto Farmington Avenue, basically at exit 39 off 84. Last meeting, it was stated that this development would not impact our street vehicles, as there would be no connection of the streets. Well, the connection is Farmington Avenue, and the excessive traffic will have a negative impact upon our entry and exit, specifically making it much more difficult and dangerous and time consuming to enter and exit. Many of the buildings on Farmington Avenue are currently vacant, whether awaiting new lease options or with people working from home with the pandemic. This will change over time and the traffic will again increase. Last meeting, methane was mentioned as a concern and tried to be dismissed or laid to rest. I really was not convinced. However, methane is not the only concern in terms of migration of deleterious materials. The second speaker mentioned last week that the water table is only 15 feet down, but groundwaters below the water table generate landfill leachate, otherwise known as garbage juice. This concerns me in regard to our well water quality. The quantity of our well water continues to also concern me, as 15,000 cubic yards of blasting was mentioned to cause ground vibrations that, quote, travel much more through the ground, end quote, and would ensue for 5 weeks or 21 days. The raw talk last meeting of, quote, test blasting and dialing in from there, end quote, ensuring the use of, quote, 10,000-pound blasting mats for fly rock protection was horrific to hear. Can you imagine living alongside this process? The end result is not environmentally or socially just. Why threaten the waters and the environment, and why bring folks to Farmington to live on a landfill? Please consider all the serious opposition this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, Barbara Tausig, you can unmute your microphone. Please provide name, address, and then address the commission.
Good evening, all. My name is Barbara Tausig. My husband and I live at 21 Main Street. We have lived here since 1993. The reason that I'm tipping in this evening is that it was our property in the historic village side where the first attempt to change zoning regulations to allow a developer to have a zero setback access overviewing all of our historic properties within 4, 5, 6 homes. It took us 2 years to fight the lighting problems. Ultimately, they had to paint their LED lights because you could literally operate a sun-powered calculator in the middle of our backyard. This is another example of a lack of education on the part of those of us in the historic area, those of us in the central part of Farmington, Connecticut, and what we have all withstood. Prattling Pond is another example of Boardwalk and Park Place, where developers are picking up parcels. He has benefited enormously from the development for medical office buildings, one after the next, that are built so similarly They have had a turnkey approval process. This not only is it unreasonable, but I would encourage everyone who is arguing this case to look back and look at the development that's taken place in the village in Farmington, where we have, you know, traditional small businesses, a bank and so on, where one by one, being viewed from the street really isn't the essence of the discussion. It's trees, it's stone, it's lighting, it's traffic. And this is another instance where the sophistication of what we need in terms of planning is being brought forward in an extraordinarily professional way, because those of you who live on Prattling Pond are being impacted so dramatically. And for that, it's untenable that we would even be at this point with this circumstance, because he has built a fiefdom with that medical location. And this is not the right approach to this floating zone. For that, I thank you. I just wanted to remind you that 5 years ago, the very first change in zoning, and they wanted to build a 50-foot high apartment building with mixed use overlooking and abutting our backyards. And it's still not resolved. But thank you so much for your time all.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Trinkus, you're gonna unmute your microphone, name, address, and address the commission, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Stephen Trinkus. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut, representing Zaytunjans and Mr. Corson, who both reside off Prattling Pond Road. Shannon, would you allow me to share my screen?
No,
Okay,
we don't
could you-
share screen, but I can pull up any of the documentation that's been submitted.
Yeah, could you pull up the cross-sectional plan that I prepared for both of my clients?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. In addition to being a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forest Management, which is applicable to what I'm going to discuss here. What we did was draw two cross sections. In the upper left of the screen is the cross section from the Zaytunjan residence to the outline of the new building. And in the right-hand center of the screen is a similar cross section from the Corson property, from basically their living room corner also to the building. In the bottom of the plan are two cross-sectional lines. The top one is the section from the Zaytunjan property. And what this is important is we have a wooded area just down right below the word property here. It's slightly on the property. The land rises up a little bit and then slopes down to the applicant's property. The forest in this area, and actually on both properties, is what we would term an even-aged forest, meaning that it more or less grew up at the same time. So what happens is the crown is a uniform height above the ground, and what you have below it, because it's well shaded, is you have a lack of both herbaceous plants and shrub layers, so it's very open. You can think of it as looking through a room full of sticks, for lack of a better term. And what the two red lines show are two sight lines from the first floor and then from the second floor of the Zaytunjan residence to the top of the building and then down a few levels. And this is a view that will occur pretty much year round, because the crown, while it is higher than this, you're looking below the crown. The crown does not obscure the view through the property. And based on the architectural rendering that was done, during the winter, you will also see the building above the parts above the crown, because there are no leaves on it. When we look at the lower cross section from the Corson property, again, they have a very short yard area in comparison, but we have the same forested condition, and they'll actually again see a very large area of the building wall during the spring and summer, even when the leaves come on, because you're looking through an area that does not have vegetation at all. So not only will you see the top of the building, you will see the sidewall of this building from both of the residences. The Corson property is about 220 some odd feet from their living room to the building, and Zaytujian is much greater. It's around 470, 480 feet. But as the building drops down and we have actually very little clearing, we also showed the clearing limit from the applicant's point of view, which is the green line on their plan. So they're not having much of a wooded buffer, and there's naturally a very low wooded buffer on the Zaytujian property. So this building will be quite visible to both of these residents, and that's what I wanted to point out to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments for anyone that has called in this evening? Anyone else wanting to make a comment this evening at this point in time? Okay. Yeah, no, there had been two, so that's... Okay, Dave, you can unmute your microphone. Please provide your full name, address, and address the commission. Dave?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please provide your name, address, and address the commission.
Yeah, name is Dave Austin. I'm at 11 Wentworth Park in Farmington. Been here about 16 years. And I don't know, to me, I've listened to a lot of the comments. I've been following the story. I'm waiting to hear any comment from anyone who's in favor of this property being built. They talk about the controversy of it. I'm waiting for the controversy. It seems overwhelmingly to me that the town has spoken and that we don't want this property being built in that location. It sounds very simple. It sounds, as far as I'm concerned, the commission, if they truly represent the residents of Farmington, have an easy job here. And I guess I'll leave it as that. I'm confused on why the developer feels that this is the appropriate location to build this project. It's clear that we don't want it here, and I think it's the commission's responsibility to act on behalf of the people. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there are hundreds, maybe upwards of 300 letters that have been written by town residents in opposition to this project. So where are the people that want this to be built? I have yet to hear from them. And if they're there, I'd like to hear from them. The fact that the developer feels, one of their largest or biggest marketing points on this is the walkability factor. I would ask anyone on the commission to take an afternoon, park your car and walk it. And I'm sure you've all had jobs or have jobs. Is that what you'd really want, how to commute to work every day in January or in the heat of August? Or, if that's one of their biggest marketing points is the walkability factor, I think it's pretty common what the play is here, and the play is corporate greed. They have another property, another parcel that they own, the Sloman's Plaza, which appears to check a lot of the boxes, but I have not heard why they don't feel that that is the appropriate location for this project. The folks on Prattling Pond don't deserve this. And I would make another recommendation to the commission that if they approve this, they also approve the renaming of Prattling Pond to, perhaps, I don't know. I lost my train of thought, but I think my point is clear that there aren't a lot of people in town that want this. And I think it's an easy decision for the commission to make. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wanting to make a comment this evening regarding the 402 Farmington Ave application? Any public comment to still be made? Okay. All right, hearing none, I am going to, as quickly as possible, go through the written comments that have been provided. They have been shared with commission members. They have been posted on the website. And they have been shared with the applicant. They've been shared with the applicant. So please mute your microphone at this particular point in time. Thank you. Okay, so it's an email received by Andrea Landry. Again, all correspondence has been posted. So Andrea Landry, another one from Andrea Landry, Chris Fabrizio, a memo from Connecticut Botanical Society with supplemental information. A letter from the Farmington Land Trust dated March 1st. A letter from Yi Yang. An email from Jacqueline Bernstein. An email, letter from Ann Newberry. Correspondence from Mr. and Mrs. Berkey. Correspondence from Peggy and Charles Bliss. Correspondence from Cynthia Mackey. Correspondence from Francis St. Pierre. Correspondence from Judith Bonk. Correspondence from Lynn Currow. Correspondence from Dr. Peter White. Correspondence from Lise Rosen and Michael Lepore. Correspondence from Allison Granger. Correspondence from Mark Hutton. Correspondence from Martin Pizzini. Correspondence from Cecilia and Brian Brown. Correspondence from Kate Emery. Correspondence from Rivers Alliance. Correspondence from Brian and Beth Bessel. Additional correspondence from Connecticut Botanical Society. Additional correspondence from Rivers Alliance. Additional correspondence from the Botanical Society. Correspondence from Beth and Jim Malley. Correspondence from Mercedes Alonso. Correspondence from Liz Baggett. Correspondence from Randy Barton. And an email from Ann Barton. Carol Borg. Correspondence from Karen Camp. Correspondence from Joanne Kroll. Correspondence from Nunzia de Dominguez. Correspondence from Felicia de Dominguez. Correspondence from Heather Driver. Correspondence from John Dugan. Correspondence from Andrea Finn. Correspondence from Bruce Fiore. Correspondence from Riza Godsey. Correspondence from Kate and Senan Gorman. Correspondence from Andrew Hahn. Correspondence from Robert and Rebecca Henricks. Email from Mary Sue Infante. Correspondence from Jackie, and no last name. Correspondence from Alma Jackson. Correspondence from Marguerite Janelle. Correspondence from Greg Kaminsky. Correspondence from Joan Krell. Correspondence from Robin Kirsch and Richard Seaman. Correspondence from Judith Cromer. Additional correspondence from Andrea Landry. Correspondence from John Larson. Chris Lynch. Kimberly Nettleton. Carl and Daryl and Newbecker. Rick Newell. Joan Packer. Dawn Paquette. Michael Randich. Peter Roberts. Carol Scoville. Judy Stabe. Dennis Stanek. Felicia Tissot. Soma, no last name. Gloria Waterman. Ala Urascovia. Liam Zacco. J.P. Behrens, Jackie Bernstein, Judith Cooper, Barry and Carl DeShane, Ann Elfgren, Andrea Harris, Rita Cosienda, Colin Kraft, Michael Leary, Paul Maffiolini, Elizabeth Marino, Marcia McCormick, Melinda Marino, Elena Ostrowski, Christian Paul, April Roy, that's additional correspondence from Connecticut Botanical Society. Correspondence from Lynn Anderson, from Allison Barlow, Roberta Beyer, Jay Carlin, Lauren Scaglione, Tom Kokomo, Courtney Fisher, Felicia De Dominguez again, Ann Foss, Yvonne Gardner, Linda Gilman, Marty Harris, Peter Jones, Nancy Kaczynski, Lisa and William Kyle, Rosa Koleski, Kraneski, Albert Lee, Paul Rocco, and Natal Mahashi, Colette Nicole, Daryl Newbecker, Catherine Sullivan, Hetty Panic, Dominic Papa, Kalpesh Patel, Jill Portera, Robert Richer, David Shack, Joanne Sussler, Sarah Sweeney, Andrew Silvestri, Tina Panic, Joyce Walker, additional correspondence from Sharon Abramzik, Mary Alexander, Stephanie Amato, Haley Burns, Dr. Vidra, Karen Crane, Vivian and Craig Kraus, Vanessa, no last name given, Rebecca and Joseph D. Giancarlo, Jenny Garabedian, the Garrows, Andy Hahn, Pamela Hartley, Spencer Heckwolf, Jane Hitchener, Mark Awanicki, Evan Katz, Anna Leslie, Lorraine Libby and Linda Ron, Kristen Lynch, Rachel Mainville, Christy Mueller, Jill Pachla, Jennifer Proto, Brian Quiros, Sarah Reiner, Peter Robinson, John Sousa, Vanessa, again, no last name, Jen Villa, and Gloria Waterman. Garen and Lorena Aveline, George Agnew, Alan Babcock, Bahudata, Ann Barton, Frank Castro, Kathy Conyers, Nate Dembick, Donald Richard, Greg Gardner, Paul Gilberto, Maggie Jackson, Dolores Yeager, Paul Klimaszewski, Eric Kraus, Leah Kusin, Greg Scully, Sue Sheroff, Dale Sitaro, Marilyn Strulo, Matthew Tickar, Sharada Taraga, Henry Zacks, that's it for that one. We're almost there, folks. From Craig Corson. Barbara Barbary. Carol Brochu, Robin Condon, Nicole DeLong, Joyce Digas, Charles Edmund, Elizabeth and Ellen, no last names given, Chris Fabrizio, Barbara Emery, Robert Galante, Stephen Gibbs, Jane Hazen, Loftus and Shabra Justin, Dick and Jean Johnson, Judith Cromer, Jennifer Kuzok, Claudia Kulak, Patricia Lee, Chris Lynch, Chris McPherson, Arun Malik, Elizabeth Marino, Dave and Lisa Martino, Pamela Morrison Wolf, Virginia and James Mugavaro, Linda and Cecil Murphy, Joanne Olander, Jason Powell, Patricia Reville, and David Donaldson, Paul and Lisa Romano, Elise and Michael Rosen, Mark Santini, Joseph Sastry, Liza Sherlock Robertson, Judith Stabe, Joanne Sussler, Dr. and Mrs. Sylvester, Bob Thompson, Murray Waters, Clifford Yang. That's it for that group. Correspondence entered into the record by Mr. Corson correspondence from Kate Emery. Additional correspondence from Mr. Corson. Again, all of these have been posted to the website, shared with the commission in totality, as well as with the applicant and the intervening parties. And an email from Jen McComber. Okay, that concludes the written, and I think, let's see, I don't think we've got any more.
There was two people that tried to call in or raise their hand, and they couldn't get through, they said.
Okay.
One was a Kathy, and the other one was an anonymous attendee.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, we are going to proceed on the agenda to the applicant's presentation at this point.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, town staff. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen listening. Madam Chair, the applicant's presentation runs maybe 50 minutes, 50. Do you want to take a break before we proceed, or do you want to just go ahead?
I just should go ahead.
Okay, all right. I'm Attorney Tim Hollister, representing the applicant. With me are from 402 Farmington, Jeff Sager, Kyle Richards, Ben Tripp, and Peter Dunn. From SLR Consulting, Tom Daly, and Vince McDermott. And by the way, Ms. Rutherford, we will want Mr. McDermott to be a panelist later on. We have our geotechnical experts, Rob Danielson, Deborah Modica, and Ted Von Roseving, and our traffic expert is Mark Bertucci. The commission should have the April 6, 2021 written materials, and there was also an email that our geotech team sent in last week in response to town questions on the geotechnical side. And oh, by the way, I should apologize to the commission. I'm not wearing a tie tonight, which I've never done in a hearing. I'm selling my house tomorrow, and at 6:55, I discovered all my ties were packed, so I apologize.
You're forgiven.
Somewhere in a box somewhere. Anyway, before we start, I want to make one important point and request on behalf of the applicant team. We're obviously not going to close the hearing tonight. During the Wetlands Commission process, which was concluded last week, there was some good back and forth, some feedback between the commission members and the applicant that resulted in changes, improvements to the plan. And I just want to encourage the commission members, as you listen to our presentation, ask questions. We would be very pleased to have your feedback, your comments on the application at this point. You're, I think, now pretty familiar with what we're proposing, although we're going to give you some important additional information tonight. But we would be pleased to get your feedback, because there is still time in the hearing process when the hearing is open, when we can make some changes after consideration. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Rob Danielson of Fuss and O'Neill, going to go back to some of the geotechnical questions from March 22nd. Rob?
Thank you, Tim. For the record, my name is Robert Danielson. I'm a hydrogeologist, vice president with Fuss and O'Neill, engineering firm in Manchester, Connecticut. Just wanted to summarize my previous methane presentation from the last meeting. The proposed rock removal area associated with the proposed development is approximately 800 feet away from the closed Farmington landfill. As mentioned previously, the landfill itself has been closed now for 50 years. So it's well past its methane producing peak. Based on the distance from the landfill, the age of the landfill, And then the properties of methane, remember methane is lighter than air and tends to rise into the atmosphere. In addition to the presence of some important features that are located between the landfill and the development, which include a wetland, a geologic fault, as well as a gas pipeline, it is my professional opinion that methane from the landfill will in no way impact the development or impact any of the residences beyond the development up on the ridge. However, as a conservative measure, we have collected more than 40 subsurface samples on the site over the course of the last 20 years, and no methane was detected with the exception of a couple of background concentrations located in the vicinity of the former entranceway. In addition to that, there has been numerous blasting activities that have been conducted significantly closer to the landfill than the proposed development. These are several properties along Farmington Avenue, as well as the actual entranceway to the site. And again, there were no issues with methane associated with any of those blasting activities. So to summarize, based on the site-specific factors, the actual testing on the site, and the extensive blasting history in the area, methane is not and will not be an issue associated with the proposed development. With that, I will hand it over to Debbie.
Start my video. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yep, you're all set.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Debbie Monica Downey. I'm a senior technical specialist with Haley and Aldrich, Connecticut licensed environmental professional with 35 years experience working as a hydrogeologist and environmental consultant. I'm just going to give a brief summary of my previous presentation. If you recall, our role in the project was to evaluate whether the proposed construction activity on the site would impact groundwater quality or groundwater flow in the proximity of the site, particularly considering the private residential wells on Prattling Pond Road and the closed Farmington landfill 700 feet to the southeast. We looked at numerous reports, published information, well construction information, and looked at results of previous and recent chemical testing of groundwater from monitoring wells on the site. Based on our opinion, my professional opinion, based on our investigation, it's my professional opinion that the proposed construction activities will not significantly impact groundwater flow or quality, and that the disturbance of the localized area of shallow basalt on the site will not impact the deeper sedimentary aquifer or the yields of the upgradient residential wells. Further, the results of the chemical testing of the groundwater samples for leachate parameters and industrial chemicals did not show evidence of impacts to groundwater on the subject site from the closed landfill. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Tim Hollister. If the commission has any questions for our geotechnical team, I'm happy to invite that at this point because they're all here and ready to answer those questions.
The commissioners, I can run through. Patrick or Mike, anybody have questions on the geo?
I do not have questions at this time, no.
Mike,
I do not have questions at this time. Thank you.
Matt,
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Inez,
No questions.
Marcy,
No questions.
Scott,
I'm going to recuse myself again, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. John,
No questions?
thank you. You can go forward.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Sager, please. Jeff, are you there?
I am. Good evening. For the record, my name is Jeff Sager.
Shannon, can you hear me okay?
We sure can, yes.
Okay, yeah. I live at 15 White Oak Road. Thank you for this opportunity to reply to the various comments and concerns. So the overwhelming objection in letters and emails concerning our proposed community is about traffic. And our traffic expert will provide the particulars, but I wanted to offer this context. Shannon, could I get slide 3, please?
Certainly.
The capacity of the highway infrastructure on Farmington Avenue and the health center area is one of the best in town. The Planning and Zoning Commission in the state have been very proactive in this neighborhood to assure the smooth flow of traffic. Between exit 39 and the health center, the level of service is good. There's plenty of capacity. The road is 2 lanes in each direction with single and double turning lanes at all the intersections. Now, 20 years ago, that was not the case. Shannon, can we go to slide?
Jeff, can I stop you for a second? This is Kyle Richards. Shannon, I think that we need the other slide deck. There are 2.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
So this one?
Yes.
Okay.
So 20 years ago, that was not the case. And can we go to slide 4, please?
Certainly.
There were no commercial zoning approvals granted in the health center neighborhood for significant traffic generators from the mid-1980s until about 2003. And the reason was because the highway infrastructure at the time was so bad. Farmington Avenue was 1 lane in each direction, except directly in front of the medical center. Birdseye Road and South Road were not signalized, and they crisscrossed. And both intersected Farmington Avenue at 45-degree angles, climbing from a steep gradient with blind spots. And there were a number of traffic fatalities at these intersections. May I get slide 5, please? What you see here on slide 5, yellow is the roads as they exist today. Brown is the old Birdseye Road and the old South Road. And you can see the relocation of Birdseye onto some O'Meara land and the relocation of South Road. So in the late 1990s, exhaustive traffic and environmental impact studies were performed. We worked with the Planning and Zoning Commission to rezone several acres of land that permitted the relocation of South Road and Birdseye Road onto land we acquired from the O'Mearas. Fuss and O'Neill was retained to design major improvements to Farmington Avenue, South Road, and Birdseye Road. And those improvements were completed in 2003. So in addressing the traffic objections we've received, we point out that as a town, we planned for this day 20 years ago. And a collaborative process that included the Town Planning and Zoning Commission, the Town Council, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, State Representative Gianaros, Congresswoman Nancy Johnson, and all the major utility companies. We all worked together to create the highway infrastructure capacity that this neighborhood enjoys today. And the reason all parties worked together in that public-private partnership was to incentivize economic development in the health center neighborhood. And all of the highway infrastructure was built up front. Shannon, can we go to slide 6, please? And then 10 years later, the state performed a second major traffic study, and a second round of major highway improvements were completed in this neighborhood in 2015 when the health center was expanded. At exit 39, a second exclusive right-hand turn lane was added at the I-84 off-ramp onto Farmington Avenue. May I get slide 7, please? The intersection of South Road and Munson Road added turning lanes and a traffic signal. Slide 8, please. Middle Road at Munson Road was widened with turning lanes and a traffic signal added. Slide 9, please. A second turning lane was added to the intersection of Farmington Avenue and South Road. So tens of millions of dollars have been invested in the road infrastructure in this neighborhood over the last 20 years to improve the flow of traffic, and traffic conditions are good and far better than what existed here before 2002. The community we're proposing to develop is not an intensive traffic generator. It accesses Farmington Avenue at a traffic light with turning lanes and a signalized crosswalk. That's a very safe condition for people entering or leaving our site, whether in a car or on foot. And it'll provide for the very orderly flow of traffic on Farmington Avenue. The second comment that I would like to address relates to walkability. Shannon, could we go to slide 10, please? We are proposing a walkable community. Walkability cuts down on traffic, cuts down on pollution. Parking at the health center campus is challenging, and we believe that will incent more people to walk or ride the UConn circulating bus. UConn Health provides free shuttle bus service on the Farmington campus for patients, staff, students, and visitors. And shuttle buses operate Monday through Friday from 6:15 a.m. until midnight. And the shuttle bus already stops at our driveway. And to facilitate walkability, we're also proposing to build additional sidewalks. Now, the sidewalks in this neighborhood are already excellent. They run along Farmington Avenue, everywhere in the medical center campus, out the back of the medical center, down to down Munson Road to South Road, along Middle Road to South Road, and then up South Road to our medical campus. Shannon, can we get slide 11, please? Now, there is a gap on Farmington Avenue in front of Farm Glen. UConn employees have emphatically requested that UConn install sidewalks to make 400 Farmington Avenue easily walkable to the main campus. Slide 12, please. UConn did design these improvements, and the plans are showing on the screen right now, but UConn has not installed them. So we are proposing to install those sidewalks at our cost. And Russ Arnold has reviewed these plans with the Department of Transportation, and the DOT staff supports the sidewalk plan. Make it slide 13, please. So as it relates to the sidewalks that provide the connection from our proposed site to the health center campus, the health center employees and union members have requested this sidewalk, demonstrating the walkability of this location to the main campus. The sidewalk has been designed. The town's director of public works and the DOT staff support the plan. You know, many employees recruited to the health center area come from urban locations where they don't own a vehicle, and walkability is a must for them. So the distance from our site to Discovery Drive at the UConn campus is 1/2 mile. So that's about 1,000 steps. To walk in the front door of the health center is another 1/2 mile, or another 1,000 steps. Butchers and Bakers is 6/10 of a mile. Jackson Laboratories, 7/10 of a mile. The outpatient pavilion, 9/10 of a mile. The entrance to the medical school, 1.1 miles. And counsel and experts for the interveners are claiming that this is too far to walk, and because there's a hill on our site, no one will want to walk up the hill. So given that the average age of our residents would be projected to be 30-something, they're not going to have any problem with these walking distances. And it would take somewhere between 7 and 15 minutes. And they're not going to have any problem with the hill. And at night or in inclement weather, our residents would also have the option to hop on the circulating bus. So now I would like to turn it over to our traffic professional, Mark Vertucci.
Thanks, Jeff. If you can go to the next slide, please, Shannon. I think our traffic slides might be a few further down.
That's fine, we can advance through.
Okay. It begins with a site location figure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Vertucci. I'm a senior transportation engineer and also a vice president at Plesson O'Neill, 146 Hartford Road in Manchester. I'm also a registered professional engineer and a certified professional traffic operations engineer. We did prepare the traffic impact study, and I did present the findings back in January, but just given the time that's elapsed, that's the slide there. And I did want to briefly review the findings again here with you tonight. So this is the study area network. The site, as Jeff had presented, the driveway comes out right at a traffic signal on Route 4. It has excellent access to the state highway system, Route 4, as well as South Road, which is State Route 531, and the connector to I-84. We did review the two study intersections there, the green circles, so our site driveway at the health center, Cell and Genome Drive, and the Farm Glen Boulevard driveway, and also the intersection of Farmington Avenue at South Road. Now we did do, we obtained counts at these intersections just to refresh you on where we got our baseline volumes from. These counts were all done pre-COVID. There's plenty of historical traffic studies that have been done in this area. So we obtained counts approved by the DOT, and we went ahead and, they were from 2015 and 17. We grew them to our 2021 design year with a 1.1% growth rate. So these are very conservative volumes we've used here. As we know, with COVID, the volumes are way down. These counts are pre-COVID and grown on top of that, so very conservative. As far as traffic from our development, you can advance to the next slide. We obtained rates from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, a trip generation manual. This is an industry accepted resource for determining traffic generation for various land uses. For the low-rise multifamily housing use, this development will generate about 16 entering and 55 exiting trips in the morning peak hour and 54 entering and 32 exiting trips in the afternoon peak hour of traffic. So this is a very low traffic generator, as we would expect from a residential development. This is not even on the scale of some of the other developments in this area, your general office and your medical office uses. We conducted a capacity analysis at our study intersection. So we took the before and after traffic volumes, we ran an analysis. As you know, when we do these analyses, we come up with a level of service, which is a report card type scale to rate the intersections. And the analysis revealed there was no change in level of service at either of our study intersections during either peak period. In fact, our site intersection with the Farm Glen Boulevard driveway and Route 4, where we're coming out of the signal, it operates very efficiently at a level of service B as in boy, and again, no change in level of service. So plenty of capacity out here at these intersections. The South Road intersection had no change either in the level of service. There's no timing changes needed here. We're not impacting the coordination of the signals either. Queues on Route 4, our largest increase was average under a vehicle length. So we're not adding to the queues at these intersections either. As far as crash patterns, we reviewed the latest 3 years of available data. There were no abnormal crash patterns, frequencies, or severities identified in the study area. We did review sight lines coming out of the driveway, and as I presented before, we had a couple of recommendations there to ensure we have adequate sight lines, which was some clearing and trimming of the vegetation along the northwest side of of Route 4 in both directions coming out of the driveway. We also recommended a no turn on red at the traffic signal and a no overnight flashing operation. This is due to the curvature of Farmington Avenue northeast of the driveway where it's out. So again, just to summarize the recommendations, and I mentioned those site distance related recommendations just now, but we had a couple of other recommendations as well. Jeff touched on these, but we are recommending pedestrian signal equipment at the site driveway intersection with Route 4. So this would be new pedestrian signal heads with countdown timers and push buttons. This will enable pedestrians to safely cross the intersection and upgrade the crosswalks, upgrade the pedestrian ramps, the ADA ramps, which will connect to the sidewalk network that Jeff spoke of. We will also have a pedestrian phase associated with the traffic signal, and we'll be reviewing that with DOT. Should this get approved, we would review that with DOT during the OSTA review process. Also, while it's not mentioned in our traffic study, I believe we referenced it in our site plans, but we are recommending some signage at the point where our driveway comes out of the parking areas from the site and crosses the portion of what's known as Quarry Road, but it's really the private access drive that comes through the Hartford Healthcare site. I believe there is an easement there for traffic to exit onto our driveway from that development, but there is no intent to permit residents to exit and cut through that site. So we will be installing do not enter signage, no access signage there, and the residents as well will be notified that they're not to exit through that private driveway. So just to conclude, again, the findings of our traffic study was this proposed residential development will have no significant impact on the adjacent road network with the recommendations that I just mentioned. And I did want to mention as well, I touched on it, but we do have a DOT review process. Should this get approved, we will need to submit to the Office of the State Traffic Administration for a review. And the proposed traffic signal improvements would also warrant an encroachment permit review by the District 4 office. A couple of levels of DOT review here. This is, again, all state road networks, so the roads are under their jurisdiction. Before I turn it back to Jeff, I did want to touch on a supplemental traffic memo that we also issued last month, and you can advance to the next slide, Shannon. This is a summary of, we reviewed traffic operations at the Route 4 at Prattling Pond Road intersection. There were some concerns about entering and exiting that intersection that have been raised. As far as project-related traffic, so what this development would add to that intersection, we'd be adding about 46 trips in the morning peak hour, 56 trips in the afternoon peak hour. So just to boil down to what that equates to, that's less than one additional car at that intersection per minute in the peak hours, which is not a noticeable increase to the driver. Another way of looking at this, when you compare the existing traffic volumes that are out there on Route 4 in the peak hours, this would equate to about a 1.5 to 2% increase in traffic at this intersection in the peak hours. So an increase in traffic that small is similar to, or in actually in many cases, less than the normal daily fluctuations in traffic we would see from day to day at this intersection. Now, if I were to count cars at this intersection on a Tuesday versus a Wednesday or a Thursday, you can see fluctuations from day to day up to 5%. So again, not noticeable to the driver. This is a de minimis increase in traffic at this intersection and will result in no noticeable impact to intersection traffic operations at the Prattling Pond Road intersection. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Jeff.
Thanks, Mark. Shannon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. May I go to slide 13, please?
Yes, sir.
So the most common suggestion we received is to site this proposal on 230 Farmington Avenue, otherwise known as the old Loman's Shopping Center. So we do not control the Loman's site. We are not the majority owner of that property. But having said that, I would offer the following. The health center area has had the benefit of years of collaborative and creative thinking, and that has spawned a significant life sciences cluster. And over the next 30 years, life sciences has the potential to be what the digital revolution was to the last 30 years. But instead of programming microchips, life science will be programming cells to cure disease and make our bodies less susceptible to viruses. And in central Connecticut, we in Farmington are uniquely positioned to advance science and technology by leveraging the state-of-the-art innovation and research space that exists here. If there is any criticism of the state of Connecticut's investment in the health center area, it is that it hasn't resulted in other significant life sciences companies following Jackson. This floating zone was adopted to encourage the growth of new and existing innovative companies in this corridor. Now, there are only 2 sites in the innovation zone that are ready to be developed, 402 Farmington Avenue and Loman's. If you site multifamily housing on Loman's, you defeat the primary objective of the innovation zone because you have no place to locate significant new and expanding companies. Loman's, with its visibility and access, is perfectly suited for an intensive commercial mixed use, and no other land in this neighborhood is. I can't emphasize that enough. The visibility that Loman's site offers to a multi-story life sciences or headquarters use, and visibility will be at the top of the list of requirements for a major company expanding or relocating to this area. It would be a mistake to execute on just the residential part of the innovation zone plan. 230 Farmington is the land we need to recruit major new and expanding life sciences companies into this neighborhood. We will be working with CBRE's life sciences team, with you, with the town, and with the state to identify life sciences companies who want to join this cluster. We hope to be in front of this zoning commission with our concepts in the next 6 months. And we'll also introduce restaurants and at least 1 coffee shop. Farmington is heavily invested in the health center neighborhood. It presents our greatest prospect for responsible grand list growth. Growth of clean uses, high-paying jobs, growth that does nothing to damage the perception of Farmington or compromise the quality of life of our residents. 230 Farmington, Loman's, is the only site in the innovation zone suitable and visible enough for major new and expanding life science companies, and that is the top priority of the innovation zone. Can we go to slide 14, please, Shannon?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to address our proximity to Prattling Pond. So as it relates to our proximity to Prattling Pond, I offer the following context. In the 1960s and 1970s, this zoning commission established 4 major commercial clusters in Farmington: the Industrial Park, West Farms Mall, the Interstate Office Corridor, and the Health Center area. And these intensive commercial uses were intentionally sited on the town's periphery and not in the center of town. And 3 of these 4 commercial clusters are in the Batterson Park East Farm Health Center neighborhoods. Now, today, Farmington's commercial tax base is the envy of every town in central Connecticut. Our commercial base contributes 33.2% to our grand list to support our schools and services. And by comparison, Avon is 11.4%, Simsbury's 11.5%, West Hartford's 14.2%. Our commercial base supports 1/3 of our town's schools and services. And that commercial percentage is 2.5 to 3 times more than surrounding towns. So if Farmington has central Connecticut's strongest commercial base, and this health center neighborhood is where a significant part of that commercial base is located, it only stands to reason that there's going to be places where the commercial and the single family homes are in close proximity. The challenge, successfully navigated by zoning commissions in this neighborhood since the 1970s, has been how to allow the residential and commercial not just to coexist, but to thrive. And it is in this context that I asked you to consider that the community we're proposing would have zero interaction with the Prattling Pond community. And that distinguishes this application from most other applications where neighborhoods object because the proposed use is in their neighborhood. Our land is not a part of Prattling Pond. It will not send any cars into Prattling Pond. It will not send any pedestrians into Prattling Pond. And while we are in proximity to 3 backyards in Prattling Pond, we're not within the limits of that neighborhood, and we're not creating any traffic or pedestrian travel in that neighborhood. And we can only be seen, depending upon the season, by somewhere between 2 and 5 homes. And you will see later that we are going to do everything possible to minimize any view of this building. I'd like to talk for a minute about the suitability of our site that's been called into question. On the landfill side of Farmington Avenue, there are commercial buildings on the avenue, the pink, a transition to multifamily behind the commercial, the green, and single family behind the multifamily, the beige. This land use pattern has been in place on the landfill side of Farmington Avenue since the 1970s. Shannon, can we go to slide 15?
Yeah.
All of the commercial and multifamily uses stretching from our site north to Talcott Notch were zone changes from residential. Can we go to slide 16, please? It's worthy of mention that the commercial uses on the landfill side of Farmington Avenue are zone BR, which allows for more intensive uses than the PR zone, which dominates the other side of Farmington Avenue. So our side of Farmington Avenue is zoned for the more intensive uses. Now, getting site specific. Today, a 1,200-foot road that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission is in place with sewer, water, gas, and access to a traffic light. Our site access is from a very busy Farmington Avenue, processing 25,000 cars a day, past a 145,000 square foot laboratory building, the landfill, the highway department's outside storage area, a high pressure gas line, and electrical transmission lines. So the presentation and access to our property, the neighbors it actually interacts with, and that is the distinction. The neighbors it actually interacts with are all clearly commercial. And notwithstanding, we're not proposing a commercial use. We're proposing a transitional, quiet, multifamily residential use. And we believe our community will be in harmony with all of our surroundings. Prattling Pond is only a part of our surroundings, and again, not a part we interact with. A multifamily use such as the one we're proposing provides a transition from the commercial activities on the avenue to the single family homes, adhering to the same land use pattern that is adjacent to us and has been in place on Farmington Avenue for over 50 years, well before the homes abutting us on Prattling Pond were constructed. I'd like to address some of the comments specific to the community we're proposing to develop. Shannon, could I impose upon you to go to slide 18, please? As to the number of homes, there's over 10,000 people working in the Health Center East Farms neighborhood, and there's only 120 modern apartment homes. So a proposal for 146 apartment homes makes sense in the context of 10,000 people working here. The proposed size of the homes relative to other homes in Farmington are very small. 60% of our homes are 1-bedrooms or studios, and we have no 3-bedroom units. So our average home size is 977 square feet. We're developing at 1/2 the permissible density in this floating zone adjacent to R80. Our proposal is promoting efficient land use by utilizing only 21% of the 18.7 acres of which this land is a part, allowing for 79% open space. 4.64 acres, 25%, has been dedicated to permanent open space. So we're promoting efficient land use of infrastructure, fewer tap-ins, unified water, unified electric, unified fire protection. The building proposal represents concentrated development rather than sprawl, and the result is a much more environmentally friendly building. A single building promotes a better sense of community in our largest employment corridor, a place where people can share ideas. And when you're discovering cures for disease, sharing ideas is a good thing. By concentrating this development into one building, we minimize impervious coverage, maximize open space, and keep the sound of all the outdoor social activities confined within the envelope of the building. And very few people will see this building. And that distinguishes this proposal from large buildings on Farmington Avenue that are visible to 25,000 cars a day. This building will not be visible from Farmington Avenue, so the visual impact of the building is minimal. I'll pause there. I'd like to turn it over to Kyle Richards. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Kyle Richards, for the record, for the applicant. Thank you for enduring this lengthy meeting. We are, I'd say, about 20 minutes away from a break here, so if you could just hang tight. So we've spent a lot of time talking about the housing void in the health center neighborhood and what makes this site well suited to satisfy this great need. But I would now like to take some time to describe the actual, very special community that we're proposing to develop here at 402 Farmington Avenue. I'll begin with the building exterior. So the overall theme of this building is a rich red brick, complemented by neutral accent colors of light and dark gray. As you can see here from the front elevation, the majority of the front facade is clad in this red brick, which is the same style of brick used at the medical campus across the street and on structures all throughout Farmington. On the front facade, the red brick is accented with a composite metal panel in light and dark gray. Next slide, please, Shannon. The amenity area, which is shown inside the blue box on the right side of your screen, will be fronted with a beautiful glass curtain wall and a decorative metal awning at the corner. Next slide, please. The expansive internal courtyard, which is just over a ½ acre in size, will include a swimming pool, lounge, dining areas with tables and grills for residents, green space, and a direct connection to their interior common area. The siding used for much of the interior courtyard maintains that neutral color theme of the building facade. So it's dark gray and light gray with white banded accents. The design of this community as a single building with a central courtyard is an excellent way to contain any sound generated by the residents. The largest component of this community, this central courtyard, is shielded from the adjacent properties by the apartment building itself. Next slide, please. And we will design a best-in-class 2-story interior amenity space, which will have working pods, conference rooms, package delivery spaces, a state-of-the-art gym. Next slide, please. And this is a real bona fide gym, so residents won't need a separate gym membership. A yoga studio, bike storage, and next slide, please. and a living entertainment room with garage doors that open into the courtyard. We expect this area to be very heavily utilized, as residents won't have to trek across the snow to a detached amenity building. They can simply walk down the hall from their apartments to grab a coffee, plop down their laptop, or get in a workout. Next slide, please. And Shannon, there's 5 interior slides. If you could just gradually funnel through them, that'd be great.
Sure.
So the interior of the apartments will also be top-notch, equipped with large walk-in closets, in-unit washer and dryer, and high-end finishes including stainless steel appliances, kitchen islands, granite and quartz countertops, and wood plank flooring. Nearly all of the apartments will have private outdoor patios or deck space. Next slide, please, Shannon. And we'll incorporate green design elements. To date, our firm has built over 1,200 Energy Star residences, and we will look to incorporate the following green elements into this development: LED lighting, motion sensor lighting, low water consumption toilets rather, energy efficient appliances and HVAC equipment, tankless hot water heaters, smart thermostats, and next slide, please. And multiple electric car stations similar to the ones you see on your screen, which are from our other community in town, 299 Colt Highway. Next slide, please. As I hope we've demonstrated through our other projects in Farmington, we care deeply about the aesthetic of these communities, creating not just a place to live, but a community that the residents can really feel proud to be a part of. But it's ultimately those residents that will make this a special community. We anticipate that 50% or more of those residents will be healthcare workers, bioscience researchers, and medical or dental students. This expectation is based on the fact that at 299 Colt Highway, the only other modern apartment community in town, 33% of the residents are employed in healthcare or bioscience. And 299, of course, does not benefit from being easily walkable to the health center and the bioscience corridor of Farmington Avenue. We expect the remaining tenants to be a mix of well-educated professionals. The median age will be in the mid-30s, and the community will have representation from an impressive variety of the area's major employers. Based on our other communities, we expect there will be approximately 205 residents, or 1.4 per apartment. It's sometimes suggested that these types of communities produce many school-age children, and thus are an economic burden to the town. This is not the case. At similar communities we own in Farmington and West Hartford, we have 17 school-age children in 310 apartments. That's one child every 18 apartments. That means we can reasonably expect 9 school-age children in this development. With the property taxes and the car taxes from this development alone expected to exceed $500,000 per year, there will be a clear and significant net positive tax for the town. And now I would like to turn this back over to Jeff.
Thanks, Kyle. So I would like to address the commentary that this proposed community will be loud. If this community is built, it's going to be extremely quiet. And the best evidence I can offer as a point of reference is another apartment community here in town. Shannon, can we go to slide 32, please? 299 Colt Highway is a 120 unit apartment community built in 2014. It is located just west of the old Five Corners on Route 6. 299 is the only market rate rental development built in Farmington in the last 35 years. From a land use perspective, there are many similarities between 299 Colt Highway and 402 Farmington. Let's go through them. Colt Highway is immediately adjacent to a sensitive wetland area. Both sites have access on a major state highway. Both sites have an 8 to 9 acre development envelope. Could we go to slide 33, please, Shannon? Both are approximately the same height. Both are or were zoned R80. And can we go to slide 34, please, Shannon? And both abut an R80 zone to the rear. Now, 299, like this proposal, has no connection to Poplar Hills. That's the R80 neighborhood to the rear. No vehicle connection, no pedestrian connection. And both 402 and 299 have 3 abutters in the R80 homes to the rear at similar distances. All of the homes you see in this picture are very expensive homes, substantially above the median home price in Farmington. So 9 years ago, 299 was rezoned from R80 to permit 120 unit apartment community. And there's no question, 299 is in harmony with its surroundings. It enjoys a 7-year operating history as a very quiet community, occupied by hardworking, highly educated residents. And there have never been any conflicts whatsoever with any of the surrounding neighborhoods. And interestingly, the 3 R80 homes in Poplar Hills closest to us were all built at the same time or after Colt Highway opened. I would like to turn it back to Kyle Richards.
Shannon, if you could go to the next slide, please. So we're gonna conclude here with some visibility. I'm gonna turn it over to Tom Daly shortly, and then we'll break. So our site plan was intentionally designed significantly lower than its surroundings to lessen any potential visual impact from the 2 adjacent neighbors. So as compared to a tiered site design with multiple buildings where you have some perched up much higher, we decided deliberately and with considerable additional expense to design the entire site tucked into the hill on a flat plane that is between 16 and 24 feet beneath the grades at the 2 Prattling Pond lines. So a significant portion of this building will not be visible. This is a 4-story building. However, due to the natural barriers to visibility, only the future residents of this community will ever see it that way. In addition to the existing natural barriers, we've also looked very closely at new tree screening. We are proposing some significant enhancements to the landscape buffer at the 2 property lines of abutting Prattling Pond lots. You will recall that when drafting the innovation zone, with this site in mind, this commission appropriately required an enhanced screening buffer for properties that abut other residential zones. Next slide, please, Shannon. That required buffer is 25 feet in depth, and it calls for a quantity of 12 trees, 6 feet in height, every 100 feet, with at least 75% of those trees being evergreens. But to go well beyond that requirement and to strengthen the buffer to its greatest extent, we are now proposing a quantity of 20 trees every 100 feet instead of 12, with 100% being evergreens at 14 to 16 feet in height at the time of planting. Next slide, please, Shannon. So the buffer trees will be planted over twice as tall and twice as wide as the requirement. And as you can see from the comparison plan in front of you, prepared by landscape architect John Stewart, the proposed plan on the right creates a much, much more dense screening buffer. With the width and height of 14-foot tall evergreens, staggered 10 trees in front and 10 trees in back, this is the densest natural screening buffer that can possibly be achieved in that area. The buffer will also be enhanced as the trees age, of course, as evergreens grow up to 2 feet in height per year. So a 14-foot tall tree at planting will approach 20 after just 3 years. Further, should the adjacent neighbors have an interest, at the property lines of the 2 abutters, we'd be willing to install a 6-foot tall solid wood privacy fence, also at our expense. Next slide, please, Shannon. All right, let's dig a little bit deeper into visibility. So you will not see our community from Farmington Avenue. You will not see our community from any portion of Prattling Pond Road itself, which at its closest point is over 650 feet away and at a grade approximately 70 feet above the finished floor elevation of our building. There are 23 total homes on Prattling Pond Road. 18 of those will have no view of our proposed community whatsoever. Of the remaining 5 homes, 3 will also have no view or a very minimal view of the proposed development due to the significant distances, grade changes, dense existing forest, and the enhanced landscape buffer. Let's go through those 3 homes. 44 Prattling Pond is located 500 feet from our building. Between this home and our property line is 285 feet of forest. The ground level of our first floor will be 42 feet below the finished floor of that home. 40 Prattling Pond is located 800 feet from our building. Between this home and our property line is 577 feet of forest. The ground level of our first floor will be 52 feet below the finished floor of that home. And farthest away, Intervenor Fitchman's home at 38 Prattling Pond, which is located 836 feet from our building. The ground level of our first floor will be 52 feet below the finished floor of that home. Between this home and our property line is 700 feet of dense forest. There is no development proposed adjacent to this home's rear property line at all. Next slide, please. Okay, now let's discuss the 2 homes that will be able to see a portion of our proposed building. 42 and 52 Prattling Pond. 52 Prattling Pond is located 221 feet from our building. Between this home and our property line is 100 feet of forest. The ground level of our first floor will be approximately 16 feet below the finished floor of that home. 42 Prattling Pond is located 403 feet from our building. The forest between this home and our property line varies between 75 and 350 feet. The ground level of our first floor will be 42 feet below the finished floor of that home. So through Tom Daly, professional engineer from SLR, we've built renderings of what both 42 and 52 Prattling Pond can reasonably expect to see when looking towards our proposed site. It's important to note that these renderings were built based on engineering principles, taking into account the grade of the proposed site and the adjacent properties, surveying the height of the existing mature forest, and the proposed planted evergreen buffer. This isn't simply an exercise in Photoshop, but a precise data-driven approach with the ultimate goal being to provide this commission with an accurate depiction that we can then use as the basis of a collective discussion, which we hope to have shortly. I'll now turn it over to Tom Daly from SLR to describe his precise approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Yes, for the record, Tom Daly with SLR Consulting. Shannon, next slide, please. So at the last meeting, the neighbors presented a rendering of the expected view from the backyard of 42 Prattling Pond. Mr. Trinkus has supposedly verified this rendering, but I would note the sections he presented this evening actually conflict with, or this rendering conflicts with those renderings. It's our opinion that this is not an accurate representation of what actually the view shed would look like. And it simply appears to be an artistic rendering. It actually makes the building look like it's floating in air. First issue we see is that the building is not vertically accurate in relation to the grades at the back of the lot. For example, on the right side of the building, you can almost see 4 stories of this building. Actually, if you look at Mr. Trinkus's elevations this evening, you can actually only see 2 stories, the top 2 stories. But at the existing tree line, the elevation is at elevation 410. That's right at the tree line at the back of this picture. Well, the base of this building is actually 22 feet below that elevation at elevation 388. So it's virtually impossible to be seeing the lower 2 stories of this building. So that's the first issue we see it. The second issue is that the existing vegetation is not accurate. I've walked 402 Farmington Ave along the property line. The tree species and the heights shown in this rendering do not exist. The woods in this entire area are made up of mixed hardwoods and conifers 68 to 80 feet tall. 60-foot trees would put the tops of the trees above the roof line on these buildings. And this rendering shows the tops of the trees below the building. These trees appear to be more around 20 to 30 feet tall. Next slide, Shannon. As you can see from this rendering or this aerial photograph, the dense tree buffer that occurs both on the site and on the neighbor properties. We've sketched in the property line as a reference point. And you can see the driveway extension that we're using to access the site. But you can take a look at the height of the trees in relationship to the homes. You can see that these are very substantial trees. And they are clearly 60 to 80 feet tall. Shannon, can you just toggle back to the old rendering or to the rendering? So you can see this tree line, which is clearly some type of aspen tree, about 20 to 30 thing, and scroll forward again, Shannon. And you can see the type of tree line that actually exists out in the field. Once again, it's not accurately represented. Next slide. So as Kyle indicated, we worked with the rendering company to develop a model and build the model for the view sheds that we're going to present to you. And the first step we started was, as Kyle indicated, we measured the dimensions from the homes and established where the existing tree lines existed and also where our proposed vegetated buffer are planted. That's 14-foot high evergreen screen that Kyle indicated is going to be planted. But this gives you a representation of the view sheds of the 2 closest homes and the type of wood line that they're going to be looking through. And as we noticed, there's a substantial distance from the homes to the proposed building. Also, both parcels, the mature woods exist along the property line. This plan also shows the landscape buffer in relationship to the property. Next slide. For the preparation of the perspectives, we started with engineered cross sections. Based upon existing topographic mapping, the proposed grading plan, and architectural plans, this information was used to build the sections. This section represents the view from 42 Prattling Pond. Starting on the left edge, we have the house at elevation 430, approximately 150-foot lawn area that slopes down to elevation 408. From there, we have the existing woods that slightly rise to an elevation of 410 at the property line. To the right of the property line, we have the proposed 14-foot high evergreen buffer. Then it drops down to the garage, drops in grade down to the garage in the proposed building. The drop from the property line to the parking area is approximately 20 feet. With this model, we drew a straight line from the back edge of 42 Prattling Pond, and the sightline intersected the building in the 3rd story. So we drew a property line. We intersected the top of the 14-foot high buffer, and as you can see from this cross section, you won't see the 2 lowest floors of the building, and you're going to see about a 1.25 story, 1.5 stories. Next slide. And from this rendering from the back of 42, and I will note the label in the lower left-hand corner should say 42 Prattling Pond, not 52. I apologize for that. But this is a rendering that we've put to. As we talked about, we have a very hard, mature forest. I would concur with Mr. Trinkus. There's not a lot of understory there, but there is a large mass of tree trunks that will offer screening to the building. But as you can see from this, you can see off in the distance is the 14-foot where the cursor is, where the 14-foot buffer is. And in accordance with our cross sections, you can see that you're going to see the top story and then a small portion of the 2nd story of the building. You can see off to the right there, the kind of orange box. That is the elevator tower that pops up above the building in that one location. I would note that on flanking this view to the right and then to the left is a much more substantial buffer. If you look at the backyard of 42 Prattling Pond, there is actually a small kind of corridor of lawn that goes to the back of the property and narrows up the existing tree buffer. But to the right and to the left of that, it becomes substantial. Next slide, Shannon. And now we pivoted to 52 Prattling Pond and kind of built the model the same way. Next slide. So on this slide, we have the home on 52 Prattling Pond on the left-hand side. Starting from the left, we have the house at elevation 406. The woods are generally level all the way to the property line, so they also are about elevation 406. To the right of the property line, we have the proposed 14-foot high evergreen buffer. Then we drop down in grade to the garage in the proposed building. The drop from the property line to the parking area, once again, is approximately 20 feet. So you're actually seeing right over the top of the garage. We drew a line from the backyard of 52 Prattling Pond over the vegetated buffer. And from this cross section, you can see that the upper floor, the highest floor of the building will be visible. Next slide. And there is a perspective of what the view would be from 52 Prattling Pond. As you can see in the midsection, we have that 14-foot high buffer that's being planted of evergreens. And then above that, you can see the top story and then a small portion of the 3rd story. And I have looked at Mr. Trinkus's elevations and cross sections, and actually, frankly, I think they concur with this, except the difference is we drew in the proposed evergreen buffer, and Mr. Trinkus's sections did not account for those. With that, it's my professional opinion that these elevations accurately represent the views that are going to be seen from 52 and 42 Prattling Pond. Generally, you're seeing about the top 1 and 1.2 stories of the building. And I would highly recommend that you ask your own town staff to review our sections and renderings and confirm their accuracy, which I think they will find they are accurate. Next slide. Now I'd like to turn it back to Tim Hollister. Thank you.
Tim, you want to hit your microphone for us, please? Thank you.
As Tom mentioned, you have quite a different view on the renderings and visibility between the applicant and the interveners. So I want to second what Tom said about perhaps the commission should ask its professional staff if they have a view on this. In terms of our presentation, Madam Chair and members, that is substance. So I just want to repeat what I said at the outset. We would be very pleased at this point, certainly to have your questions, but if there are comments on the design, on the site plan, on the features of the units of the building, we would be very pleased to hear your feedback on that because we are at a juncture in the process where we can respond to that. So unless Kyle or Jeff, you have anything else to say, I think we'll turn it back to Madam Chair at this point.
Nothing more? Nope. So, okay, commissioners, it's our turn again, or your turn again, especially, for questions that you might have. And I want to make something really clear. This is the time to get your questions answered. It's going to be difficult to do it at any other time. So if you've been listening carefully and you've written some notes down, I want you to be really comfortable in asking any question you want. Don't be embarrassed about lack of knowledge, because we all have it. That's how we learn, is by asking questions. So I'm going to begin with, as we always do when we have questions, with Patrick.
I guess my biggest concern is going to be 52 and 42 Prattling Pond Road, especially 52. I did visit the site quite a few times, actually. And I guess I am very sympathetic to, them in terms of they moved next to an R80 and now, yes, there is this big building that is going up next to them. I can see now, I mean, the buffer was well explained. I can see what lengths you've gone to try to minimize that. I'm assuming that you guys knew that was going to be an issue. My question is, have you guys reached out, and I'm assuming you did, to those particular two, I would say those particular two as being the most important, I think, because they're the closest and the most tree clearing. How did those, how did that go? Can I ask that question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. This is Kyle Richards. I can respond to that. So we have, as we normally do as a standard course with any of our projects, we've reached out several times to the entire street. We had, I personally had a few calls with Mr. Corson early on, very early on. I'd say it was before we even, before he'd actually ever seen any plans, frankly. And I dropped off plans at his home. Unfortunately, there hasn't been much of a dialogue. It was kind of decided on their behalf that they would prefer not to enter into that dialogue, to be candid. And I've respected their wishes. As it pertains to the Zetunjans, no, I haven't had any interaction with them. They've been the recipient of a few of our letters asking for engagement, and we genuinely would like that engagement. And the offer still stands, but it's been a bit of a unique process for us in that we've had almost no success getting a dialogue going, and So that's been unfortunate, but again, to whoever's listening, any of the neighbors, if there's an interest, tell us when and where, and we'd be happy to meet and discuss.
And now, can you speak to the, I guess broadly, the planning stage, right? So you put this building, you place it on the property, and clearly it's a well thought out building. It is, again, really close. It's as close as you can, I guess, get the structure to the property line, and of course, 52 Prattling Pond Road. Can you speak to that? Like how, were there other designs and why they didn't work and why this one does work at the expense of being that close, knowing that would probably be a sticky subject?
So I can have Tom Daly weigh in on this as well, but as it relates to the building setback, the structure itself is actually farther away from the property line, because it's a single building that's located kind of at the core. So, we had looked at other designs, but frankly, if you have a multi-building concept, you're likely to have the buildings closer to the property lines with the parking fields in the center. That's generally how they're designed. So, the structure itself is, there's, Tom can help me, but there's a 25-foot buffer and a parking field. I want to say it's probably 100 feet from the property line. And so that's kind of where we started. And it was very important for us to concentrate, or I should say to isolate the activity in the center portion of the building. And rather than having it out open and exposed, we tried to isolate it in the core. So those were really two of the driving decisions. And further, having a single building on kind of a single plane, it enabled us to really drop the site and use those natural barriers, which, as we described, are, take the Zetunjans lot, are approximately 22 feet. Our building is in a hole. So it really took advantage of all of those elements. And that's kind of where it started. If anyone else, Jeff or Tom, or have anything to add on that, please feel free.
Jeff, you're muted.
Jeff, you're muted.
Yeah, got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would just second what Kyle said, where it enabled us to get the building down to the lowest point, which obscured the visibility the most. And it was also, if you look at the way 299 Colt Highway is built, the pool and the social areas are out, and so the noise would travel. So here, we knew there'd be a sensitivity to the noise, and this confines all that noise within the envelope of the building. So, those were the two primary motivations for that.
Yeah, this is Tim Hollister. If I could just add one thing. One of the planning challenges here is that, for better or for worse, 52 Prattling Pond is a rear lot. It's situated pretty far back from Prattling Pond Road. That presented another challenge.
And for the record, Tom Daly, I think, as we got into land planning, we focused on this project. We had a road, and as Jeff indicated, we had a road, sewer, water, and infrastructure that was already in place. So that was really the starting point and how we swung this this site into it. The other thing is we wanted to not have a project where we had just a sea of parking lot. As you can see, we've worked closely with the site plan to make sure we have well-balanced parking around it. Metro actually has done a good job. They actually have garages around there to minimize the amount of parking. So we tried to come up with some architecture and some site planning that it was just not, a building. We could have moved the building farther away, but then it would have been a sea of parking lot, closer to the neighbors. I think this project has done a nice balance in terms of siting the building on the middle of the site. And we also have to indicate that when you wrote when the town wrote these regulations, they put in some robust landscaping requirements. If you think about the medical office buildings across the way, were not held to that same standard. But when this innovation zone was written, they clearly identified your buffer standards, which are not have not been part of your other multifamily residential. So I think when they developed that zone, they knew that some of these residential to other uses was going to be used. So we took that framework, and as Kyle indicated, as part of mitigating that, Metro went beyond your buffer planting and went more with all evergreens, and then intensified that buffer beyond what the standard is. But in terms of land planning, I think we put the building right in the central part of the site to come off the existing road. And then as Kyle and Jeff indicated, we lowered this so it was kind of be hidden into the grade. But those were some of the land planning elements that we did when we originally started laying this project out.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you.
Patrick.
And- Yeah, and then just one other thing, and I'll let the other commissioners have their turn. So in the beginning, I think it was brought up by Commissioner Poxon about the entrance that you see for, I think it's the other 5 acres, so 8 and 5, and then I believe it was 4 that was donated to the land trust. The densities, they're figured over the 5 acres and the 8 acres, correct? And I believe he asked what you were planning on doing, and I think the answer was something along the lines of you haven't really thought about it yet. I mean, I don't know if those are the exact terms or words used. Can you speak to that?
Sure, it's Jeff Sager. I'll speak to that. So at your request, we did study the 5.1 acre parcel between our proposed site and the land trust parcel. So the land area could accommodate a maximum of 64 apartment homes if you stay outside the 100-foot vernal pool conservation easement and keeping the density of both sites within the allowable density limits of the innovation zone. But having said that, we have no plans to pursue such an application. And furthermore, we were advised by the Wetlands Commission that any development of that 5.1 acre site would be more difficult than the site they just approved. So to be clear, we did conduct this as a planning exercise at your request, but we have no plans to pursue such an application.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Mike?
All right, first question, the private drive off of 406 Farmington Avenue. It was a concern in one of the documents I read today. It was stated that they could do a do not enter sign. Was there any possibility of doing anything other than a do not enter sign, like blocking it off somehow? Do not enter signs don't always seem to work very well.
Mark Bertucci, you want to try that?
Could I offer one quick thing before Mark speaks to that? So I'd have to check if legally we can do that, but keep in mind that 406 Farmington Avenue, that's a medical building, and a lot of people, I think, use or would use that road to get to the traffic light, which could be a much safer condition than someone leaving 406 and trying to make a left to go to West Hartford. So we have no use for it whatsoever. So we'd be happy to do whatever. But you'd also need to keep in mind what's best, what's safest for people going in and out of 406.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with you. Certainly eliminating a curb cut there and going to a signalized intersection would be safer, but I don't know what the feasibility of that would be.
But not just eliminating it. I think a lot of the people just use it, even though, like, in other words, if they're coming from West Hartford, maybe they take that right in. But then when they're going home to West Hartford, you could see where they'd say, instead of trying to make that left and go across all those lanes, why don't I go out to that traffic light where I get a signalized intersection?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, Kyle, you mentioned the percentage or the number of children in the West Hartford properties. Do you have numbers on the number of children in the 299 Colt Highway property?
Yes, that was, I believe it was 12.
Okay.
I believe it, I believe the most recent count was 12.
Okay. And that's out of how many residents live there in total?
There are approximately 1.4 residents per 120 units, so that's 165.
Okay. All right, thank you. There's been a lot of talk about the R80 parcel obviously for the zone change. Can somebody just clarify the BR zone zone change request and where that is exactly located?
Do you have a map showing that?
Yeah, we gotta go back. So, Mike, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I'm just curious. There's a request to change part of the property is R80 and the other part is BR zone, correct?
Correct.
I'm just curious where the BR zone is exactly
Okay.
located on this property.
Okay, I think. Kyle, am I going in the right direction? In these slide deck?
You know, I'm not sure if we have it properly defined on any of these plans, but if you can use your cursor, you can generally show where it is.
Yeah, so the R80 was, you'll recall they've referred to this parcel as being butterfly shape. So there's a back parcel and then there's this front parcel where the detention basins are.
Okay.
So this front parcel where the detention basins are is the BR zone. And this wing of the butterfly and this larger wing of the butterfly back down here are existing R80. So this is, they've put the green over top of what had been the zoning map, but roughly the BR zone line is roughly in this location where my cursor is coming back and forth.
Okay.
And this bottom half.
Yeah, it's generally over, I think it's slightly over half of the developable area is BR.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question was just going to be, if you were to do something else on that property, what's already zoned BR, that you wouldn't have to come, before us for a zone change for. Just curious how much of that property would be. But thank you for that.
Sure.
And thank you for the renderings of the adjacent properties. I was also going to, mention, just a review of both, your version of the renderings as well as the interveners, and certainly fine with the town staff review, or is that something that we would have a third party do for town staff?
It's, in my opinion, these are basic engineering principles with respect to elevations.
Okay.
So Bruce and I can provide comment at the next agenda review for the commission.
Okay, perfect. Because as Pat stated, that certainly is a contentious point. And just a last statement, we certainly acknowledge all the letters that we've received throughout the past few weeks. And town staff has been very transparent with all the application and intervener documents. And any members of the public can see this all online. And I would encourage anybody to do it if they have the time. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Matt?
Okay. First of all, I've heard a few times from whether it be the public or whomever, but that this is not walkable. I probably agree because I'm not going to go walking a mile down and up over to Yukon personally. But the area along the roadway, I believe there's been discussion about whether there was a sidewalk or not. along Quarry Road itself. And I've seen plans that have it, and I've seen recently the renderings that were just shown to us have it. So just for clarification for anybody who's still maybe listening and attending from the public, there is a walking path along Quarry Road being proposed all the way out to Farmington Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And that's a concrete walking path. It's not bituminous.
Tom, do you know what we spec there? I know the requirement requires a 6 foot wide, but I can't recall precisely whether it's bituminous or concrete.
Yeah, let me look at the plans. I'll get right back to you.
Okay. While we're looking at that, the other question, you were talking about this extra buffering, which I think is extremely necessary for this to be something that can be considered. And the area around that, you had even spoken about a 6 foot privacy fence, a stockade fence, something to that degree. Is that something that you are just discussing, or is that something that you're putting on the table right now as something that's being added to the site plan? Because I think that the neighbors would, with that much wooded area around, you're going to have people who want to go hiking, and people don't want to find them hiking in their backyards. Although they do have a hiking trail through there, you don't really need, 100 people or whoever are going to be living there just showing up in your backyard. And I'm thinking that that fence is a definite common courtesy that needs to be put up around the property if it's going to be something that's that goes forward. So is that something that you are offering, or was that something you've added to this?
Yes, we're offering that. It's shown on the land, the revised LA plan as optional, and the only reason for that was simply should the neighbors, the two adjacent neighbors, want to see it there, we'll install it. But we're absolutely committed to doing it, provided that those two neighbors would like to see it there.
Okay. Based off of even that statement, I find it very funny. Most people find me very adversarial, but the reality is I try to look at things from multiple perspectives, from every perspective if I possibly can, and play devil's advocate. Have you tried, I know you had said that you reached out to a couple of these people on Prattling Pond, but out of curiosity, has anybody proposed anything that they would feel is an acceptable development for this property? And I ask that because as any person who has property, they have the right to develop it. And to the extent of, what fits in the character of an area, et cetera, et cetera. So is it something that they've even spoken to you about what they feel would be acceptable, or has it just been, no, we don't want this, period? Because again, I would like to know more about the conversations, I suppose, that have gone on to make sure that at least they feel as if, they've been heard, you've tried to work with them, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, sure. So I guess maybe I should spend a minute on that then with respect to the outreach. So way back in December, in December is when we submitted our application and when the public prescribed notice was sent out. But as always, in addition to the public notice, I send out a personal letter, and I only sent it out to the five adjacent residences, those that were receiving other public notice. My name is Kyle Richards. Kindly, we're submitting this application. We'd like to sit down with you, do a virtual meeting. At that time, I did have a conversation with Dr. Fitchman and with Mr. Corson, but to be fair, it was before they had adequately reviewed the plans. So I dropped off plans at their home. And unfortunately, the conversations with Dr. Fitchman ended shortly thereafter. He engaged Attorney Ainsworth, and all of the conversations have been through Attorney Ainsworth, indirectly through these public mediums. And then shortly thereafter, the discussions after Mr. Corson had seen the plans ended. There wasn't any substantive any substantive conversation about the sight line or what we were constructing or meeting in the field. Unfortunately, that dialogue just ended at their request. Then we had a meeting, I believe it was in January, and Commissioner Graboulis asked us to continue our outreach. And at that point, I sent out, I believe it was another 19 letters. And that was to every resident on Prattling Pond that had expressed a concern, either written or verbally in the meeting. From that letter, I received one phone call from a neighbor that's very close to the entrance road, quite a ways from the proposed community, closer to the entrance road. Their concerns were relating to traffic and were the genesis for the response that you heard from Mark Bertucci today relating to the condition at Prattling Pond. Then in March, I sent out another letter. And again, the purpose of these letters is not to try and gain support. It really is to hear the specific concerns. Perhaps we can mitigate them and get to a better place. I mean, it's happened before. You folks were privy to what occurred recently on Munson Road. So it's always, it's a give and take that we welcome. So in March, I sent out a letter to the entire street, every residence. And that letter was in the spirit of, let me show you Steel Road, let me show you Colt Highway, hoping maybe they would take me up on a tour to give them kind of a taste of what these communities are all about. And unfortunately, I have had no luck in obtaining that interaction. So that was long-winded, but I feel like it was appropriate. You know, we've only seen, you know, everything we've heard has been through the same public hearings and letters that you've seen. And what limited conversations we've had have been, we support the housing, but we would prefer it not be here. So that was long-winded, but you know, again, if there are neighbors listening, you have my contact info, and we are happy to engage.
I think under the circumstances, Kyle, it's not that long-winded considering how many hours we've put in this. So I appreciate you summing that up the way you did.
Commissioner Poxon, this is Tim Hollis. I just want to remind us all that back in January, the interveners, through an architect they had engaged, proposed 3 alternatives, which I believe, if memory serves, were 6 single-family homes, one fairly large mixed-use building, or 3 residential duplexes. And we reviewed those in more detail with the Wetlands Commission. We actually thought that they would end up with more land being cleared than the proposal that's in front of the commission.
I do recall seeing those, and thank you for refreshing my memory. I didn't remember that actually. But now I do remember seeing those, and it's interesting to hear that that's what the Inland Wetlands Commission had come up with. The last question I have for you, you've spoken about evergreens around the property, and I see on this, I haven't honestly looked through each individual plant, but I see some spruce and I see some other varieties. Have you chosen the varieties that you're planning on putting around the outside of the property?
Yes. Is John Stewart by chance on?
Yep, I'm here.
John, would you mind helping me out with the precise plantings?
The majority of them would be Norway spruce. There'd be white spruce in there too. Chosen because of the fact they're good, strong growing trees. They form good screens. I don't want to get too many of some of the other varieties in there. Hemlocks would be a good choice to use in some of the locations. Unfortunately, as we all know, there's the issue of adelgid. So what we did is there's Colorado blue spruces mixed into that, which brings in a variety of textures and colors, because I would prefer that it not be just look like somebody just took a green crayon and, you know, amassed it in that. Part of the innovation zone area, 100-foot plantings, as you may have noticed, that was shown on an earlier slide that showed lower story shrubs. Granted, they do not provide an overall screening effect in any way, shape, or form close to the big evergreens. However, they do provide both a lighter backdrop and a lower backdrop to kind of fill in the lower pieces of that. Big trees grow well. I've got an area, believe it or not, in my backyard where I've got like 5 of them, and they do perform a very effective screen. And I would also like to point out that Tom's excellent presentation of what the image looks like. Those show the images of the top story of the apartment building with a 14, let's say, to 16-foot high tree. Well, as was also noted, those guys grow pretty quick, and so it would not be out of reason to think that within 2 to probably 3 years that even less of that building would be shown as they start to approach probably 18 to 20 feet high. Hope that answers your question.
The area around that is also probably about 3 or 4 feet taller, at least, right, behind those garages. So it's also elevated considerably.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you like the one cross sections again that Tom showed, I think, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the average height of the wall behind the garages is around, let's say, 10 feet. So if you were standing on the area as in the rendering in front of us in the parking lot or next to the garage, you'd be looking at the face of the wall with the trees rising above that.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because I know there was a statement made earlier today about looking at the back of the garages, but the reality is that those would be covered up with the amount of screening that you're talking about right now.
Yes,
So,
you're absolutely correct. I mean, you would be looking, well, actually, when they were planted in the method that was illustrated, if you had 20 of them within that 100 foot, you wouldn't even see the roofs of the garages.
right. Okay. Thank you very much. That adequately answered my question. I think at this point, I don't have any other questions, and I know that we all are getting tired, so I will move on. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Well, Mr. Poxon, you had one question. So it is a 6-foot by 2-minute sidewalk along Quarry Road out to the intersection.
It is bituminous. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Actually, can I add to that? Would you be willing to change that to be a concrete sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeff Sager, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Inez, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon and staff, for keeping us together here. We have received so much documentation and obviously these meetings, so I don't know how you do it. Thank you. Look, in my opinion, Ridgeline should never have been developed. I'm a nature lover, but reality is we have a neighborhood. We also have infrastructure. We have a road, we have sewer, we have water. And we know from the wetlands that this project is outside of wetlands. But, we as commissioners, residents have a job, and we consider many different things. And we care, of course, about our neighborhoods. Like I said, we live in town also. So I think, where am I going with that? I guess just I wanted to say that, this proposal, you're not going to see it from Route 4. Yes, there is impact to the homes that were described. But I think this would stand out even more if it was somewhere else in our town. I think the medical community has grown so much, and the medical building specifically. I think we do have to offer more housing, and I think housing, the town is in dire need of more housing. So that's that. The one thing for Shannon, and I know you already said you were going to review this, it came up a lot. I think that we do need to reassure the neighbors and address, the visibility. So someone should look at what was presented today. So thank you for that. And I guess the last thing I'll say is thank you, Jeff, for giving us an update on Moments. That seems to be like the the thing that everyone keeps whispering about. I'm glad that you were able to offer information about it. I think if all the other questions have already been presented, but thank you for the opportunity, and we'll see where this goes.
Thank you. Marcy?
Yeah, I would echo a lot of great questions. I'm curious. A couple of times it was mentioned that that the project would not be seen from Route 4, and I'm curious: is there a way to move it closer to Route 4? Because I don't know that as many people care about being able to see it from Route 4 as it appears that the neighbors on Prattling Pond care about it being seen from that side. So I would just like to understand if there's an explanation for that, or if there's any possibility of it going closer to 4 and having some visibility on that.
Could you answer that question, please?
Yes, for the record, Tom Daly. One of the major limiting factors is there is a high pressure gas main that runs between us and Route 4. So we basically can't, and that has an easement and obviously major restrictions. So that would limit the ability to us to move this building closer to Route 4.
Okay, great. Just needed to understand that.
No, understood. And then beyond the gas main is wetlands actually. So, but
Okay.
it's the gas main is the real, it kind of goes diagonal through this site.
That it makes a lot of sense. So good. That's really all I had. I've enjoyed the other questions from the other commissioners. So thank you. I'm done, Barbara.
Thank you. John, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to take a look at the traffic study. Now, as I understand it, this building is 150 apartments in that neighborhood. There's probably going to be somewhere over 200 occupants. And these people are basically working people, whether they work across the street in the medical buildings or they work elsewhere. But most of those people have cars. That means that almost 200 cars will be leaving this place every morning. So I'm curious as to why there's only 50 cars going out in the most busy time of the day.
Yeah, I can answer that. Mark Fertucci again from Fuss and O'Neill. So our peak hour rates are obtained from the ITE manual. So they actually go out and count hundreds of other developments around the country during the peak hours and come up with these rates. The reason it's not equivalent to, the number of trips in a peak hour is not equivalent to the number of units is because not everyone goes and, leaves at the same time in the morning, comes back in the same time of the afternoon in the same peak hour. Some may leave earlier, some may leave later. Others may work from home. Others may, if they are going to work across the street, they may walk or bike. So you don't get that, direct one-to-one proportion. The actual number of trips generated in a peak hour is substantially less than the number of units that you have and the number of parking spaces. They're not really correlated.
But I would expect that in a complex like this, which is focused on working professionals, that most of those working professionals are going to be leaving this complex every morning.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said, these are the rates from this is not dissimilar to other apartment units or complexes that have been built around the town, around the state, and we have good data from industry resources, actual counts at actual developments similar to this to come up with these rates of how many people are entering and exiting during a peak hour. So it's possible, there's as many as, 100 and however many units there are, as many trips as that, but they're not going to be all in 1 hour. They'd be spread out all across the morning or across the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, John. It's Barbara Brenneman. I don't have a lot of questions. I compliment my commissioners for asking some terrific questions and forcing some good answers. I'm disappointed that your communication level wasn't as good as it usually is, because I think traditionally your organization communicates well with the neighbors. And earlier this evening, we talked about putting a fence up. Is there any possibility that there was conversation about some additional buffering in the homeowners' yards rather than on your yard, which might double up the provision of trying to eliminate, reduce visibility? Fences fall and fences rot, but buffering holds up a little better. And I'm just wondering if there's ever been any conversation about landscaping the interior of the property owners rather than fencing.
Commissioner Brenneman.
Fencing proposed on your property.
Right. So it's Jeff Sager. Kyle was never able to engage in those kinds of substantive conversations. We tried and tried and tried. But in terms of buffering on the neighbor,
You guys are lying.
in terms of buffering on the neighbor's property, we're agreeable to that. We will do whatever it takes. I understand that completely. If you look at the apartment community at Steel Road in West Hartford, we did exactly that with all the abutting neighbors. So we are more than agreeable to planting whatever it is this commission may require. We can have John Stewart draw up some concept plans. It's tough for us to do, though, because it's obviously such a personal thing. But the other thing that we could do is that we could allocate an amount of money. And we will do whatever it takes. I mean, you name it, we'll do it.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, but I, as I said in my opening, I'm disappointed that the communications weren't better for you, because I think that our communities do better when there's strong communications. The only other question I have is on the materials used on the buildings, what is the light gray and dark gray material rather than being brick?
This is Kyle Richards. Those are panels. They're metal panels.
Metal panels.
Yes.
Is that a permeated metal or is it a painted metal?
It's painted.
It's painted. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions, so I'm going to go on and offer the interveners the ability to add anything to their presentation at this point, if they have anything.
How do you raise your hand? Sure. No, I don't want to be on.
You're already, Mr. and Mrs. Atujan, you're already unmuted, and Attorney Ainsworth had also started to speak. So if you want to hold, the Atujans, hold 1 second, we'll let Attorney Ainsworth, if you want to go ahead.
Okay. This is Keith Ainsworth. Thank you. It's obviously a very late hour, and we're receiving a lot of information. But I did want to respond to sort of this last sort of course of discussion about communications with the neighbors. Clearly, there's been an attempt to communicate, but I don't know that there's an easy middle ground when you're putting something of this magnitude this close to the neighborhood. So it's not just as simple as, well, if we put up a 6-foot cedar panel fence, that everything is just fine. I think that's too simplistic, and so there has been communication, but I don't think that it's been that I certainly don't want the impression to be left that the neighbors have somehow decided not to play ball. They have participated at great expense of time and treasure in this process, just as everybody else has. And they have made their position known fairly clearly. And I apologize for not turning on my camera. But they've been participating, and they've hired people to analyze the project. And I think they've communicated in a very formalized way, but this is a very formalized proceeding. This is not, someone building a shed in their backyard, and you talk over the back fence and say, hey, should I move it over so I don't block the view of the flower garden? This is of a scale where it takes a little bit more technical and professional analysis. And I think that's been provided. For example, my clients did provide alternatives. My clients were the ones who are the only ones, by the way, who went out and designed alternative concepts to present to both this commission and the Wetlands Commission. And we came up with 3 alternatives, which the applicant then attacked and denigrated, even though they were concepts. They were not finished plans. It would cost many, many, many thousands of dollars to come up with finished plans. But the idea was that there are things that are of less impact and are less intense and more in keeping with both the underlying zone and the potential change of zone that could be done other than this. So I think the neighbors have been trying to communicate their thoughts in a formal way. And I think, there's obviously, there's emotion involved, but I think it's been respectful, and I think we have been participating. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The attorney for the.
Okay. Yes, Attorney Shansky.
Yes, thank you. With respect to the intervention, which is, and the environmental issues, which have not hit the light of day this evening, I will be submitting a writing into the commission to resurrect those notions and to talk about the scale of the building, not the amenities of the gym or the yoga room, but the biodiversity corridor that's going to be interrupted and severed by the scale of this development and the other adverse environmental impacts that are a function of the intervention. We'll do our best to remind the commission of those issues between now and your next meeting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The two, go ahead.
So Attorney Ainsworth was pretty accurate in my opinion of, the fact that we are very clearly on record with what our position is through these hearings. But I would describe the letters that we've received as half-hearted attempts to represent to this commission that there's been some attempt to have a dialogue. And my response to the March letter is on record with the commission, and I ask that it's reviewed. My position is our position is very clear. We were invited to go see 2 apartment units that aren't applicable to this development at all, just so that the presenter could be on record as saying, we reached out in March. It was a half-hearted attempt to basically not get a response. What do I want to go look at a couple of other apartment buildings for? The only apartment building complex that I have any interest in is the one that I can see through the tree line in the back of my home. And so I took the time to write a letter and ask that it be entered into the record. And the letters that we've received so far is just so that the presenter in my opinion, in the neighborhood's opinion, so they can say they've tried to reach out. There's been no attempt. There's been no dialogue. It's been half-hearted, and there needs to be one. And a 6-foot fence, isn't going to block the sound from a 140-plus unit apartment complex with 300 cars. So if we're talking about sound barrier walls and other things, and the commission is absolutely right for moving this thing closer to Farmington Avenue is impossible because of gas lines or whatever infrastructure. It means the project isn't developable where it should be. But I adamant, my skin boils when I hear the fact that there's letters that go out that have gone out as an attempt to reach out to the community. And you're trying to be respectful here, but it's as far from the truth as is humanly possible. There's been no dialogue. And my most recent response to the March letter, I responded specifically because I felt if I didn't, it would be represented that once again, we reached out and once again, we got no response. That is inaccurate. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to?
No, that was because it was in the interveners.
Yep.
So that's
Okay.
it.
Any questions from the commissioners on those statements? I'm not going to call you by name. I'll just, if you want to speak up.
No.
Okay, moving on. Does the applicant wish to respond to the intervener in any way?
I don't know.
No,
Attorney Hollister, do you have any desire to do any type of cross-examination this evening?
no, thank you very much.
Okay. And I'm assuming Attorney Shansky and Attorney Ainsworth, any cross-examination this evening of any kind?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we need a motion to continue the intervener petitions for Fishman and Zatouris.
Correct.
So that, commissioners, we need a motion to continue the intervener petitions, the 2 petitions. Need a motion and a second.
To the next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Which I don't even know when we're meeting, but
You could just say the next meeting, but
Okay,
it's April 26th.
thank you. It's Ines St. James. I make a motion to
Continue.
continue the intervener petition on for 402 Farmington Avenue LLC to the next meeting, which is April 26th.
I need a second, please.
Matt Pogson here, and I second.
Is there any additional conversation from the commissioners? Do you understand what we're voting on?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. We also need a motion now with a second to continue this application. And the applicant has already agreed to continue, if I'm not mistaken. I read that earlier. To 4/26/21. May I have a motion and a second to that effect, please?
This is, sorry, can you tell I'm done? All right. It's Ines St.
Okay.
Thank you. It's Ines St. James. I make a motion to continue the application for change of zone from BR and R80 to special innovation zone and site plan approval for multifamily development at lots 40 and 40B1 Farmington Avenue to April 26, 2021.
Matt Pogson, and I second.
Thank you. Any commissioners with concerns? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Are we moving on to?
We're going to move on to the rest of our meeting here. The planners report, please.
Good evening, everyone. On March 30th, we hosted a town workshop for affordable housing plan. I want to thank the commissioners. We had good turnout from TPZ, but in an effort to continue to get feedback from the public and other commissions, we have developed and expanded upon our story map website. And so there are more opportunities for feedback on the various strategies to add affordable housing elements within the community. So I have since circulated that link out to the commission. You can also access our story map website via the Town of Farmington homepage. And so that will be open for another week, and I suggest you all take a look at it, as well as fill out the survey and share with other interested parties and residents of Farmington.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, and I've got the 244, 248 Main Street, and this has to do with fencing. You'll recall we had an application back a few months ago for 240, 244, 248. The developer that worked on 240 has now purchased and is redeveloping 244 and 248. The project was approved. One of the stipulations is they've increased the landscaping along the perimeter, and they also are required to install a fence along this, what I will call the western edge of the property. There's residential here, and there is residential here. Along this perimeter, as it shares the property line with 250 Main Street, which is also a commercial property, there is arborvitae, you can see them here in the aerial, and a shorter picket fence. It's not really a stockade fence. It's in some disrepair. They had originally planned on repairing this and leaving this fence in place. Most of this you're seeing the rear of the building here, and then there's building here. The applicant for this development, as we're looking at this, has requested that this fence not have to be repaired and reinstalled, and actually he'd like to remove this fence. My simple statement was in my opinion, I feel that's fine, as you have business use to business use. I simply requested that he wrap this corner. I want him to wrap the corner about 15 to 20 feet so that the residential use along the corner is completely protected. I don't want the fence to just end there. So that's the direction that has been provided to the applicant. And so, again, because this came before you as a special permit and site plan review, letting you aware of the request that's been made and my thoughts on it and direction to date. Obviously, if anyone on the commission feels different and you want the applicant to come in and have a discussion with you, then we will certainly do that and have them here at an April or May meeting. So falls in your, if anyone has any concerns with this, then it's kind of a speak now or forever hold your peace.
So Shannon, the 15 or 20 feet to wrap the corner, that's just up to that corner of that garage? Is that what that is, that structure?
Correct, because this is residential property here and this is residential here, so it would just come to wrap. Yeah, we could bring it right into the top of the garage. I hadn't measured that actually, Patrick, but that's a good point. I could have them come just to the top of the garage.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, right. I think that would be good because that would definitely put a pretty good separation there.
Sure.
So this is Matt Pogson. I'm just curious, have you heard from the neighbors from that specific, the people that have the fence, like basically on the property line right there? Is that an issue with that, what are they calling themselves? The Farmington Center or Village, whatever, that group? Is that a problem with them, or is it not a problem?
My understanding is that there had been fence here, and one party or the other has already taken this fence down. And the property owner for 244, 248 has said the fence is his. When I look at the survey, the majority of the fence is on the 240, 248 property and not on 250. I have not had dialogue with 250. What I said to the applicant is, I can't give you permission to take down someone else's fence. So you're responsible for that. And that's kind of where we.
My concern, I guess, is since it's such a tight line around that building, let's just say that 250, for instance, wants that the fence rather all around there. Do they have enough room to go back and replace it themselves and put it on their own property, or is there not even enough room for them to put a fence along their own property if they wanted to?
In this particular location, I think the building is almost right on the property line. And I don't know that you would need, like, I'm not sure what the need is even for the fence there. I think it was more aesthetics for 244.
Yeah.
From an aesthetic standpoint, to have a little bit of a picket fence look, and then the arborvitaes as well to provide a little more screening.
But along the back between the two buildings?
In this location here, yeah, I didn't walk it exactly, but I think part of the fence was already down. So part of the fence is already down. It's kind of haphazard.
Okay. My concern is just taking it down and not having 250 even having the ability to put up something there if they wanted it separated, just because of the proximity to the property line. But
I think there's more room here, Matt, if they wanted to. There's more along this edge. I don't think there's a practical ability or even reason to on this northern edge.
I would agree with that. I do agree with that. I was just more concerned, honestly, between those two buildings. And during that meeting, I think there was little back and forth between them. So I just wanted to make sure good fences make good neighbors. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think they need to come in front of us though, Shannon. You handling it is just fine.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, the only thing left is the minutes from the March 22nd meeting.
All right, I'm going. James, I make a motion.
Are you gonna make the motion for the
Yep,
minutes?
to approve the minutes of March 22nd, 2021 Town Plan and Zoning Commission meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? You are dismissed.
Drive carefully, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.